I am, for the first time, for the first part of the conference, I will be the moderator. I am honored to moderate today the third scientific event of the electoral expert from, I have some problems with, from the Permanent Electoral Authority of Romania, which is held today online, together with the Venice Commission of Council of Europe. I hope everybody is okay with, because I see something on the monitor. Okay. Before we begin, I would like to know if every one of us is aware about the provision of GDPR, which was put it on the top of the present recordings, and if we all agree to participate in this format of meetings. I would like to start today's event by presenting from the beginning our host organizations. As we know, the event is organized by the Permanent Electoral Authorities in Romania, which is an autonomous administrative institution with legal personality and general competence in the electoral matters in our states, whose mission is to ensure the organization and conduct all election and referendums. Also, this organization is in charge with the financing of political parties and electoral campaigns. The partner of our Permanent Electoral Authorities, Venice Commission, is an advisory body of the Council of Europe, composed of independent experts in the field of constitutional law. It was created in 1990, and the official name of the Venice Commission, as we know it, is European Commission for Democracy through Law. Now, I'd like to present the first speaker, Mr. Constantin Florin Mitulețu, who is the president of the Permanent Electoral Authority in Romania since February 2019. His career in authority started in 2015 when he was appointed vice president. Then in 2018, he held the position of the Secretary General. Mr. Mitulețu graduated the law faculty and he has a master's degree in political management, and also he has a PhD in defense and national security. He has an extensive experience in election field and also in electoral process management as a member of the Central Electoral Bureau from Romania since 2007. He attended also various observation missions as international observer, and he promoted the Permanent Electoral Authority by all forms of collaboration with international organizations and other counterparts. So, Mr. Mitulețu, if you want, please have the floor.
Thank you, Bogdan. Bună ziua și bine ați venit la cea de-a treia conferință științifică a experților electorali, accesibilitatea procesului electoral. Sunt onorat că ați acceptat invitația Autorității Electorale Permanente de a participa la această conferință științifică organizată în parteneriat cu Comisia de la Veneția. Doresc să le mulțumesc partenerilor din cadrul Comisiei de la Veneția pentru comunicarea eficientă și pentru buna colaborare în vederea organizării acestui eveniment și nu numai. La începutul anului 2020 se punea problema declanșării unor alegeri anticipate, iar în luna martie se aducea în discuție anularea tuturor alegerilor programate în anul 2020. În contextul internațional cauzat în primă fază de o epidemie devenită pandemie, alegerile locale, programate inițial pentru prima decadă a lunii iunie, au fost amânate și programate pentru data de 27 septembrie. alegerile parlamentare desfășurându-se la termen, dar tot în același context pandemic. Organizarea în condiții bune a alegerilor locale și parlamentare desfășurate în anul 2020 se datorează experienței dobândite anterior, cooperării interinstituționale eficiente la nivelul statului român și a statelor în care România a deschis secții de votare, precum și schimbul de bune practici cu instituțiile omologe, în special în contextul organizațiilor internaționale de profil, IFES, ACO, AWeb, RESEF, International IDEA. În anul 2020, Autoritatea Electorală Permanentă a făcut câțiva pași în direcția accesibilității alegătorilor și a candidaților în procesul electoral, dar insuficienți pentru un proces electoral accesibil, complet și nediscriminatoriu. Pentru candidați am redus numărul de semnături necesare pentru depunerea candidaturilor și am introdus strângerea acestor semnături și în format electronic, precum și depunerea acestora la birourile electorale în formatul în care au fost colectate. Pentru alegători am creat materiale de informare suficiente pentru cunoașterea procedurilor electorale, fie pentru votul la secție în țară sau străinătate, fie pentru votul prin corespondență accesibil cetățenilor români din străinătate. Pentru strângerea de semnături în format electronic, Direcția Generală de Informatizare a Proceselor Electorale, din cadrul autorității, a dezvoltat și o aplicație accesibilă competitorilor electorali, astfel venind în sprijinul competitorilor electorali care doreau să participe la procesul electoral. Această aplicație a fost utilizată de cel puțin 5 competitori electorali, iar acest număr sunt convins că va crește la următorul proces electoral la termen. În domeniul finanțării campaniei electorale a fost creată posibilitatea depunerii raportărilor obligatorii în format electronic. În contextul pandemiei, pe lângă informarea cu privire la procesul electoral și la modalitățile de exercitare a dreptului de vot, pentru alegători a fost creat un mecanism special pentru ca urna specială să ajungă și la persoanele carantinate sau izolate din cauza pandemiei de COVID-19. Am fost și eu unul dintre beneficiarii acestui mecanism, deoarece pe data de 6 decembrie eram izolat, fiind bolnav de COVID-19, solicitând și exercitând dreptul la vot prin intermediul unei speciale. În ceea ce privește accesibilitatea alegătorilor la urna specială mobilă, a fost creată posibilitatea depunerii cererilor pentru urna specială la birourile electorale ale secțiilor de votare sau la birourile electorale de circumscripție de către persoanele care îndeplineau criteriile legale în format fizic, prin intermediul altor persoane sau prin intermediul poștei electronice. Pandemia de COVID-19 a dus la imposibilitatea organizării proceselor electorale în aceleași condiții ca până în anul 2020 și a necesitat crearea de noi reguli pentru accesul fizic la întreg procesul electoral, campania electorală și la secția de votare, pentru a nu duce la răspândirea virusului COVID-19. Situația ne-a obligat, ca și pe alte state care au organizat alegeri în anul 2020, să stabilim și să impunem reguli noi pe timpul campaniei electorale, prin limitarea numărului de participanți la evenimentele electorale și stabilirea unor măsuri de protecție sanitară pentru toți participanții la acestea. În același context s-a desfășurat și ziua alegerilor locale și parlamentare, fiind stabilite de asemenea reguli de distanțare fizică și de protecție sanitară pentru toți participanții în procesul de votare, alegători și personalul secțiilor de votare pe de altă parte. În perioada următoare, după o evaluare a ce s-a întâmplat în procesele electorale din anul 2020, vom continua îmbunătățirea arhitecturii electorale în acord cu valorile, misiunea și viziunea asumate de instituție și menținerea unui dialog constant și deschis cu instituțiile și organismele internaționale partenere, societatea civilă, partidele politice și alegătorii, în vederea perfecționării cadrului legislativ în materie electorală și al finanțării partidelor politice și campaniilor electorale. În încheiere doresc să le urez mult succes vorbitorilor și să avem parte de discuții fructuoase. Thank you for all your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mitunatu. It was a pleasure to confirm, for me, it's a pleasure to confirm that the election took place in a good standing last year. So I'd like to introduce now our next speaker, Mr. Pierre Garon, who is the head of the Division of Election and Political Parties at the Secretariat of the Venice Commission. He has a PhD, get it in Geneva, and he has also a Master of Advanced European Studies. He's an advocate in Switzerland, and he was strongly involved in drafting of two reference documents of the Council of Europe elaborated by the Venice Commission. These two documents are the most important documents for our meeting today. We talk about the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters and the Rule of Law checklist. He was the president of the Electoral Board of the Council of Europe for 13 years, which is a long time, actually. Also, his publication addressed in particular the following issues: the Venice Commission, law of election and political parties, comparative and Swiss constitutional law, which is important for me as a constitutional professor. And also he manifests some interest of European law, Union law, the freedoms of the European single market. And this was also the field where Mr. Garon published his studies. So, Mr. Garon, if you want to share with us some words, please.
Sorry, I had some difficulty to unmute, but now I think it's all right. Huh? Yes?
Yes, it is, please.
Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to open, in the name of the Venice Commission, the third edition of the Scientific Electoral Expert Debates. For those who did not yet attend such events, I may remind that the Venice Commission considered that the creation of the sole review in Europe, mainly dedicated to electoral law, called in that time Expert Electoral, deserved not only promotion, but also the organization of broad scientific events on a regular basis. I would like to thank the Permanent Electoral Authority of Romania for its generous hospitality at the occasion of the previous editions of the debates. Unfortunately, this time we have to satisfy ourselves with staying in our offices or homes and communicating through a screen. However, this time again, the effort made by the Permanent Electoral Authority has to be underlined. It is not so easy to manage all technical aspects of such a broad event, open to the general public and available live on YouTube. And of course, I would like to thank you for having taken the initiative of this review, which is unique in Europe. To come to the substance, since we are taking part in scientific debates. The themes of the scientific electoral debates aim at always being in line with current events. So we considered as a must to refer to the present pandemics and its consequences, already mentioned by President Musule and to address the way it was dealt with in the electoral field. On the other side, there are a number of recurrent problems in the electoral field which will not disappear overnight, but have to be addressed on a permanent basis. A list of such problems may be found in the concept note put at your disposal and will be addressed during the debates for the subject we are treating today. And the Venice Commission has taken note of a report on this by Professor Krenrich in last October. More generally, recurrent challenges of electoral law and practice, which is a follow-up to a study the same author prepared in 2006. So even in the field we are dealing with today, the number of issues is quite extensive and the concept note can be completed. The debates are intended to be fully in line with present concerns of electoral practitioners without neglecting international and constitutional principles as well as theoretical issues. And due to the high level of speakers, I have no doubt about the interest of today's debate. So let me still examine tracks still unexplored. As I said, unexplored because we can still extend the subject of accessibility of the electoral process, which is quite broad. Why not to deal about electoral campaigns, as shortly mentioned, and then about access not only to traditional print and electronic media, but also to social media, and about access not only to the pre-electoral stage and the electoral stage of the electoral process, but also to the post-electoral stage. I mean, access to counting, but also to electoral dispute resolution. Let us remember the sentence as attributed one, the first to Stalin. What is important is not what you vote, but who counts the vote. Or to the Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza Jr., you won the elections, but I won the count. In short, or more theoretically said, is transparency of the process also an aspect of accessibility? These are tracks to be explored, and you will still explore others. Not all these aspects will give rise to discussion today, but they may be food for thought. Thought first for the final version of the reports to be published, of course, in the Romanian Review of Electoral Studies. Once again, I would like to underline its importance. And second, food for thought in the long run. Other events are called to build on the conclusions of today's debates. I would also like to underline that the theme we have chosen, which had been proposed by the Permanent Electoral Authority of Romania, is at the core of a number of priorities of the Council of Europe, as defined in its strategic planning. A barbarous expression, perhaps, but intended and ensuring better respect of the core values of our continent, as defined by the Statute of the Council of Europe: democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In this respect, I would like to quote the following strategic priorities. Non-discrimination, in particular relating to vulnerable people. This raises the issue of persons with disabilities or health problems, but also of elderly people or people without a good connection to the polling station, or even without a good connection with a limited access to the internet. Since elections are not a one-day event, but a process, as the Venice Commission repeats again and again, we have to address possible discriminatory hurdles from registration of voters to the settlement of electoral disputes, not forgetting, of course, election day and the election campaign. Other priority of the Council of Europe, education to democratic citizenship. The discussion on understandability of the electoral process will enable us to address the theme, which is essential to ensure a mature democracy. Implementing the European Convention on Human Rights, another priority. Accessibility of the electoral process is essential to ensure universal, equal, and free suffrage as protected by Article 3, Protocol 1 to the European Convention on Human Rights. And last priority to be mentioned now, ensuring freedom of expression, both online and offline. This theme is marginally mentioned in the concept paper when dealing about the various languages, but it could be developed in relation with access to other aspects of the electoral campaign. So we have a lot to discuss. The floor is yours. Mulțumesc frumos.
Cu plăcere. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garon. I'd like now to thanks for beautiful words which was said by the two of distinguished guests, and I want to start our first presentation, technical presentation, and it's a great honor for me to introduce for this first material a well-known professor, Mrs. Catarina Pabel. She is since March 2020 professor of public law and international law at University of Economics and Business Administration in Vienna, Austria. She was a dean of Faculty of Law of University of Linz between 2015 and 2019. For the last 10 years, she was professor of public law at the University of Linz in Austria. She also was the head of Department of Administrative Law and Administrative Science. And during her career, she worked also in Graz University and Bonn University in Germany and in Austria also. In 2009, she has a habilitation thesis with Venia Legendi, Public Law, Comparative Law, State Charge Law. If I translate it correctly from Germany, I think I do it. At University of Economics and Business Administration in Vienna. She is also Doctor of Law at University of Bonn, and she has a lot of articles and studies published. So, Miss Professor Catarina Pabel, if you are ready, I would like to invite you to take the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Distinguished experts, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. A vital democracy is depending on the active participation of its citizens. Therefore, it is in the core interest of any democratic state to foster the citizens' participation, which is primarily exercised through taking part in elections. The right to free election, as guaranteed in Article 3 of Protocol number 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights, enshrines the individual right to democratic involvement. However, any right requires preconditions and settings to be exercised adequately and effectively, equally, and free from discrimination. This is especially true for the right to vote and the right to stand for elections. It is first and foremost the task of the domestic legislation to define the preconditions and procedure of the voting process in order to enable the citizens to make effective use of their democratic rights. It is then up to all authorities and bodies to implement the respective law in a manner that again enables citizens to make effective use of their right to vote and to stand for elections. Experience shows that it is not enough to have the perfect legal framework for the organization and processing of democratic elections. The implementation of the law in every single election with the mindset of supporting the effective use of the democratic rights is at least as important as the legislation itself. To create and safeguard the accessibility of the electoral process is one crucial aim of both the law and its implementation. Against this background, I will focus on some aspects of the implications of the concept of accessibility of the electoral process for voters and candidates. The basis for my reflections are the right to free elections and the respective case law of the European Court of Human Rights, as well as the standards and best practices developed by the Venice Commission and ODIHR over the last decades, most notably the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters. Let's turn firstly to the accessibility for voters. The first precondition for the accessibility of the electoral process is granting the right to vote. Article 3 of Protocol 1 guarantees universal suffrage, and requirements regarding nationality and residence as well as a minimum age are laid down in most countries' legislation and are expected as inherent limitations to the right to free elections by the European Court of Human Rights. These limitations are not the focus of today's seminar, but should be mentioned for the sake of the full picture. No accessibility without the right to free elections. According to the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters, the proper maintenance of electoral registers is vital in guaranteeing universal suffrage, but also a precondition for the accessibility of the electoral process for every citizen. Electoral registers must meet a number of conditions to be kept reliable. They must be permanent, they must be regularly updated, there must be published, and there must be an effective procedure to make corrections in the registers. The European Court of Human Rights determined that an active system of voter registration does not in itself amount to a breach of Article 3 of Protocol number 1. It is acceptable for voters not to be included automatically on the registers, but only on their request. However, providing accessibility to the electoral process calls for a clear, transparent and simple procedure with adequate time limits for any voter to be included to the registers. The guarantee of universal suffrage must correspond to the guarantee of universal accessibility of the electoral process. Every person enjoying the right to vote must be in the position to effectively exercise this right. The voting process, therefore, should not be too complicated and should be made public and transparent prior to voting day. Information on how to exercise the right to vote should be provided for and be easily accessible through different channels. Voter education is deemed to be an integral part of the election process. It refers to basic information on election and explanations of the electoral procedures. Voter education is especially important in emerging and new democracies and in situations where new electoral provisions or technologies are being applied for the first time. Special attention should be given to voters exercising their right for the first time. With a view to the accessibility of information on the electoral process, the use of languages is crucial. In order to make electoral laws and material accessible to all citizens, it is important that these public documents are published in all officially recognized and protected minority languages of a country. Specific efforts have to be undertaken to improve the accessibility of the electoral process for specific groups in order to guarantee a non-discriminatory access. One of these groups are disabled persons. Generally speaking, it can be established that the awareness regarding the situation of disabled person in the electoral process has been improved in the last years. Thinking of the very concrete accessibility of the polling station for physically handicapped persons, let's say disabled or elderly people, to enter the polling stations. Best practices and checking lists had been developed and applied, which improved the situation on the ground. Due to the sometimes costly and expensive adaptation of buildings, there is still some progress to be made. The accessibility of the electoral process for blind voters is mostly provided for by offering support by other persons, with the side effect of occasional interfering with the right to a secret vote. What is still an unsolved question, in my view, is the exercise of the right to vote by mentally disabled persons. According to the European Court of Human Rights, an absolute bar on voting by any person under partial guardianship, irrespective of his or her actual faculties, is not in line with Article 3 of Protocol number 1. Rather, it is required that an individualized judicial evaluation must take place. I think the accessibility of the voting process for mentally disabled persons is still necessary to be discussed. The authorities have to take specific measures in order to safeguard the accessibility of the electoral process for people living in care homes, nursing homes, hospitals, for prisoners, or for people pursuing the military service. States have developed different ways and means to give those groups the opportunity to exercise their right to vote, including commissions established in the institutions concerned or mobile commissions. In any case, a fair balance must be found between facilitating the voting process and guaranteeing the secret ballot and the safeguarding against fraud or other irregularities. Regarding citizens residing abroad, there is no international standard providing for the right to vote, nor is there any standard providing for the possibility to vote from abroad rather than by coming back to the country of origin. The international trend is, however, favorable to out-of-country voting. If out-of-country voting is allowed, it should not remain wishful thinking, but the state has to take measures to ensure its effectiveness. Effective measures in favor of voters abroad imply making their registration and the exercise of their right to vote as easy as possible, if necessary by multiplying the number of polling stations and voting methods, including postal, internet, or even proxy voting. The use of technology can be an effective tool to improve the accessibility of the voting process. This is especially true for non-residents, as mentioned before, who can exercise their right to vote from abroad without extensive effort. This is also true for disabled persons, who may use any form of technology in order to compensate their physical constraints. For any voter, the use of technology can reduce the efforts necessary to exercise the right to vote, spending time at a specific time, managing distances, and we are thinking especially of pandemic situations. On the other side, it must be recognized that the use of technologies in the electoral process may cause new problems and challenges. The Venice Commission discussed the use of technology in the electoral process in several opinions. This is not a place to repeat the details of these opinions, but in general, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe has highlighted that e-voting shall be as reliable as democratic elections which do not involve the use of electronic means. And the Venice Commission has established that a number of issues should be thoroughly considered should any new technology be introduced in the electoral process, including a risk management of the costs, benefits, and challenges, harmonization on new provisions with existing data protection, but also ensuring trust in the process, necessary checkups and proper procedures for procurement, public testing, and certification of the equipment, contingency planning if the technology fails, sufficient efforts for training electoral staff, and awareness raising among voters and political parties. I then turn to the accessibility for candidates. As with the right to vote, the right to stand for election is universal. Internationally accepted restrictions may include a minimum age that is even higher than the voting age, citizenship, and a residency requirement for a certain period before elections. Furthermore, the obligation to collect a specific number of signatures is considered as being generally compatible with the universal right to stand for elections. But the number of necessary signatures should not be too high, and the procedure for collecting the signatures should not be too complicated. In order to prevent manipulation, the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters stipulates that a maximum of 1% signature requirement in relation to the electorate of the level where the election held should not be exceeded. With view to the accessibility of the electoral process for the candidates, the signature verification procedure must follow clear rules, particularly with regard to deadlines, and be applied to all the signatures rather than just a sample. In all cases, candidatures must be validated by the start of the election campaign, because late validation places some parties and candidates at a disadvantage in the campaign. And there is another restriction where candidates or parties must pay a deposit, which is only refunded if the candidate or party concerned goes on to win more than a certain percentage of the vote. This procedure is also considered as generally compatible with the universal right to vote and to stand for elections. However, the amount of the deposit and the number of votes needed for it to be reimbursed should not be excessive. Again, language requirements can hinder the accessibility of the electoral process for candidates. This was the situation in the case of Podkolzina versus Latvia, decided by the European Court of Human Rights in 2002. The applicant had been struck from the list of candidates for parliamentary elections because of her insufficient command of the Latvian language, it being the sole working language of parliament. The court decided that the relevant legislation and rules requiring the sufficient command of the official language pursued a legitimate aim. However, the procedure followed by the competent bodies to certify the linguistic competence lacked a fundamental guarantee of objectivity and fairness. Therefore, according to the court, the decision to strike the applicant from the list of candidates amounted to a violation of Article 3 of Protocol number 1. I come to a very short conclusion. Improving the accessibility of the electoral process for voters and candidates means bringing the right to free elections to the ground, making it effective and therefore improving the democratic process in a state. This is of utmost importance also in times of crisis. Therefore, I'm happy to discuss with all of you the current challenges for the accessibility of the electoral process in the course of this afternoon. Before this, of course, I'm ready to answer any question regarding my remarks, which were of a more general nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for a comprehensive overview of the code. I like to emphasize from your presentation an idea which was held my attention. Actually, is two small sentences. Implementation of the law is the same importance as the existence of the law into a democratic society. This is one of the most important things in approaching the theory of the election in the constitutional law. And also, I like to emphasize a part of accessibility related to the themes, the issue today. Part of accessibility of electoral process for voters. You have a specific part in your presentation. Voters' education is important for new democracies. Is one of the problem which is usually found in eastern part of European member states, which are new in the building of the democratic society, and that is one of the most important things that electoral authorities should think about in the future. And also, as Mr. Garone said, education for democracy is a priority of Council of Europe. So your presentation is related is in accordance with these principles from Council of Europe. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have a raised hand. I will look for question. Didn't see. So, okay, I found someone. It's me, citizen rights. I said okay. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Katharina. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So this is Smita Sadashivan from Election Commission of India. I am accessibility consultant to the commission, and it was great to listen to Professor Katharina. And I would like to reflect on the 3 key points. One is about the right to vote for people with mental disabilities. To complement what Dr. Katharina said, we had a Sri Lankan declaration on inclusion of persons with disabilities in electoral process in 2015, where Election Commission of India was one of the members of the forum, and we signed the declaration saying that we would provide right to vote for people with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. And following that, what we are doing is we don't discriminate anyone based on their disability. And when you look at soundness of mind, we cannot say that who has soundness of mind. Even among people like us, we don't know at what point of time we may have good soundness of mind or not. And so that check cannot be attributed to a disability community as such. And so what we have done is we have enhanced the communication. So what is lacking for this particular community is the communication in an easy to understand way. So the accessible format of information should be provided to them in an easy to understand way, in pictorial representations, or in the form of demonstrating voting process. You rightly said about voter education. So how we provide voter education in an accessible way for any community of persons with disabilities or any other marginalized groups. And so this has been enhanced by Election Commission of India, and whereby people with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities are exercising their right. And one more thing which we have to keep in mind is it is not about the perfect decision or perfect judgment on voting, whereas all of us vote based on our preference. And nobody or not many of us do thorough research on the manifestos or the election campaign or the political parties. And when all of us vote based on our preference, every person with disability, including intellectual and psychosocial disability, have the right to vote based on their preference, which has been acknowledged by Election Commission of India. And with regard,
question, please. The speaker.
Okay. And with regard to the blind voters, what are you looking at? What are the ways that you are looking at for secret ballot? We are providing tactile numerals in the EVM, and we're also providing braille candidate sheet so that they can they can perform their secret ballot. Whereas, do you have any more ideas in providing secret ballot for people with visual impairment? That is my question to you.
Thank you very much. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much for sharing this impression from the good and best practices from India. So thank you very much for sharing this information. And regarding the question regarding blind people, I think this is a quite useful tool which you are using to give access for blind people without neglecting their right to secret ballot. Thank you very much for this information.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. I would like to introduce now a new speaker, Mr. Cristian Părvulescu, professor Cristian Păvulescu, who is a professor of political science at the Faculty of Political Science at the National School of Political Science, Studies and Administration. He's the Dean of Faculty since 2005. He's a member of European Economic and Social Committee since 2007, and also is the president from 2020 of the Group of Fundamental Rights and the Rule of Law of this committee, and also is a political commentator. He has published a series of articles, studies, and papers, and has taken part in a large number of seminars, conferences, and debates. He's also author of several studies on democratization and the role of civil society. He teaches fundamental concepts in the political science, contemporary political science, and paradigms of political science. So, Mr. Professor, if you hear us, please have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here. Okay. It's okay? I'm not sure about.
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
You can see me. Okay, it's perfect. You can see me. But I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I don't know what's happened with my PowerPoint presentation. But it's not a problem if we don't have the PowerPoint presentation. I can present my ideas. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. Yes, I am a professor of political science, but also I am an activist for human rights. For 15 years, I was president of Pro-Democracy Association, association who works in the field of participatory democracy, but also in the monitoring of the election in Romania and in the world, in this part of the world, that's sure. In my presentation, I will present some reflection on increasing access to voting processes and its pitfalls. This is why I called my presentation Keep in Step with the Time, accessibility of voting and legitimacy of the electoral processes in time of crisis. Initially, it was an article, but finding that the presentation are in PowerPoint, I summarized that in some slides. But it's okay. I can explain you the main idea. The election are the counterterm of any democratic system. So the formal rule governing the electoral process have a significant influence of the politicization of social cleavages to express the representation of citizen preferences and identities and the dynamic of competition between parties. Given its crucial role in transforming voting seats, the electoral system in particular is one of the fundamental institutions of the representative democracy. It is therefore emerged at the heart of the debate of the practices of electoral engineering, which is based on the premise that changing the formal rules of the game can lead to the desirable social and political results, such as the representation of the ethnic and national minority. This was the position of Giovanni Sartori, who was very clear in this way. While the study of the electoral reform, the purpose of which it is undertaken and the circumstances in which it takes place, has recently attracted much attention. The main concern of political scientists have been to identify the political consequences of the electoral law. For the democratic political regime, participation is considered essentially to expressing political concern and influencing public policies. But the degree of participation in its unequal and passive social groups risk saying their interests neglected. This is the position of Leihart, of Solzman, Verba, and Brady. So this is a very important issue for us. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the crisis of liberal democracy expanded. Fear, indifference, or protests have made abstention grow in many countries. Under the condition, it would be desirable to be in step with the time. Voting accessibility reform, including internet voting. But the policymakers seem less prepared than the rest of the society. However, many questions remain. One of them, the relation between election and democracy. It's sure the election are the cornerstone of any democratic system, but are the election democratic per se? It's not sure. So what is the goal of the electoral system? What is the goal of the participation? Today, in the midst of the crisis of liberal democracy, the question is more pertinent than ever. When Viktor Orban, the Hungarian Prime Minister, contrasts democracy with open society, election take on special significance. Even if the democratic political regime is considered essential, it's important to understand what is a real political democratic regime. This debate, a very important debate between the liberal and illiberal democracy, put many questions in this moment. Differences in political involvement related to tradition and patriarchal family structure are particularly problematic because they violate the basic democratic principle of equal political opportunity. What is the solution? Some believe that the expanding turnout could already solve some of the problems. So it's the position of Lever in 2008. Some people argue that the compulsory voting does not violate right or freedom, and forcing voters to vote can help minimize inequalities in political participation between social groups. But in general, liberalism treats political freedom as fundamental and appreciates political participation. From Benjamin Constant, Alexis de Tocqueville, and John Stuart Mill to John Rawls and Roland Dworkin, liberal thinkers have supported winning participation, but there is reason to doubt that liberals can support legal correction, both because it's not clear that people have a moral duty to vote, as well as because the existence of such duty is insufficient to justify the legal obligation. So if the compulsory voting is not a solution for democratizing of societies and the legitimacy of government, what is the solution? Behind the arguments of political philosophy, the situation of the democracy in countries that have been using compulsory voting for decades, for a century, such as Latin America, does not seem to validate this hypothesis. But if compulsory voting cannot be extended, at least not in liberal democracies, then it is believed that the increase in electoral participation could be achieved by other means: the absentee vote, the postal vote, or why not, the internet vote. After all, in a world where everything is online, why not vote like that? And the COVID-19 pandemic would provide a solid justification for such development. In any case, 2020 was a lost year from this point of view, and the turnout fell in many countries, because the background even marginal movement could emerge to the first political stage, as was the case with the ecologist in 2020 municipal election in France, or with the far right in the parliamentary election in December in Romania, or in presidential election in January in Portugal. So it's the turnout an indicator of democracy. In this context of health crisis, but also due to the growing disinterest in politics, the elections are marked by the record abstention rate, which favorites small but determined political movement with less powerful electors. But the turnout is not obligatory, it's not mandatory indicator of democracy. The turnout in November 2020 in American election was exceptional. The largest number of voters in history and the most important percent since 1910. But that did not legitimize the election of Joe Biden in the eyes of some Republican voters. Robert Putnam, the American political scientist, pointed in 2015 pointed out the inherited political inequality pulse us in the vicinity of political regime that have been shaken by democratic revolution. Voting is just an instrument that can transgress the lack of democracy behavior. Given it's the crucial translating the vote into the electoral system, it's one of the fundamental institutions in our democracy, but the legitimacy of the governments are not related with mandatory the vote. So electoral reform necessary entail compromise and trade-offs along different values. And even the particular manifestation of the values as the discussion of political equality explored. Within democracy, it's likely be a disagreement about the relative weeks and that should be ascribed to these values. Because of the technical nature of the electoral system, citizen engagement in electoral reform tends to be relatively limited, except perhaps where redistricting it's concerned. But does not mean that the citizen remains indifferent to electoral issue. And the pandemic increased voter sensitivity to the effect of electoral system and the way they voted. Internet voting and its effect on voter turnout. Under this condition, the discussion on online voting takes a new dimension. In their 2018 study, Nicole Goldman and Lech Stokes found that it's more than 15 years after initial experimentation, internet voting effect on voter turnout remains unclear. Government have often made a subjective assessment based on the one or two trials, without considering other variables that affect turnout. As extensive research documents, the factors that impact the voter participation are complex. The data research examining internet voting and the turnout reports mixed findings. Some studies find a null or small negative effect, like Broster in 2010, German and said it in 2017, Norris in 2004, etc. Other research have found positive results, ranging from less than 10% increase to a high of 10% points. Much studies suffer from limit imposed by the why internet voting was implemented in the chosen case, including limiting data and research design challenges. So, but we should expect to find clear result now, since internet voting has been used for more. And internet use has grown dramatically over this time period. So in conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic should have brought online voting to attention of the policymakers. They would be the latest electoral reform to increase the convenience of voting. However, this did not happen. Instead of allowing citizens to use the internet to vote anywhere and at any time dramatically reduce the cost of voting, politicians prefer to see the turnout as the poll collapse. It forms a political point of view that consider that they will be favored. In the end of many cases, they were wrong. However, determining whether and to what extent the adoption of internet voting affects participation has proved to be a challenge. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Professor. And I want to apologize for the beginning of the presentation because it was a little bit necessary of time.
It was not a problem. It was a pleasure.
But we can see your PowerPoint presentation. So I'd like to point that I'm interested in your idea related to liberalism and democracies. I wrote it down here when you speak. The idea of compulsory voting, which is designed to increase maybe the number of voters at the polling station, as is in some countries from Latin America and others. And also the distinguish between the moral obligation and the legal obligation related to voting. That is a point we should discuss more and more and more, because it's not a simple discussion when the vote is the right and when the vote is duty. And also, I like to end my intervention with the idea you pointed related to the links between the participation of voters and the trust in the electoral systems. This is one of the most important idea which has in mind when the authorities try to think electoral systems, which must be credible and reliable for the society. Otherwise, any kind of method we can use doesn't have more effects. Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have some rising hands or questions from our participants. Yes, please.
Yes, from India.
Please.
Yeah, Professor Christian, thank you very much. So this is Smita again from Election Commission of India. You spoke about the liberalism and democracy, and starting with compulsory voting, you spoke about internet voting also. So, internet voting is something all of us have to look at. Like, do you have any ideas on how this internet voting can be enhanced? Whereas in India, we have introduced postal ballot for postal voting for people with disabilities because of the pandemic situation and the safeguards also. At the same time, the voting postal ballot is given only as an option, whereas if people want to go to the polling booth and vote, they can do it. And again, the polling booth will be made accessible, and voter being the center of the entire voting process, we also take inputs from the community on for every election, regarding whatever gaps they have felt and what enhancements, what improvements they want, and that is how we work for every elections. And so, would you like to throw some light on how to enhance this, not really enhance, execute safely the internet voting? So I would like to know about that. Thank you.
Thank you, please, Professor.
Thank you very much for your comments and for your answers, questions. Yes, we have an experience in Europe. It's Estonia. They use from 21 years the online voting, and was a success. But it's a small country. It's considered not like very important. In Estonia, and for me this is very clear, it's not mandatory to vote on internet. You have the possibility to choose between internet and traditional voting in the polls. But the problem, the reaction against the online voting, it's about the technical problem, the access to internet, and it's about the hackers. We have a debate concerning this discussion about the Russian and Chinese hackers who are everywhere, and they can put our democracies in a bad situation. So they use this explanation. I'm not sure about. I know I was involved 4 years ago in discussion with the experts from Estonia and the United Kingdom concerning the online voting. For me, was very clear. It's an option, but for the Romanian politician was not. And even now, in this period of pandemic, they are not open. But it's not just in Romania. We have the same situation in Spain, in Portugal, everywhere. They prefer to vote traditionally than reform the electoral participation systems.
Thank you, Professor. We have another question, if you please, from Angelo Marcopolo Eurofora. Please, Angelo, if you hear us, ask the question. Can you hear, Angelo?
Yes.
Please ask the question.
I don't hear you.
Excuse me, we don't hear you. Can we try again?
It's a connection problem. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay, I will have to put on hold, Angelo, to keep your question for the conclusion before the break, coffee break. If you agree that maybe during this time we can fix your problem with the technical connection, if you hear us, I want to apologize for that, but I have to stick on the timetable. Okay.
I don't hear you.
I don't hear you. Again, it's the same problem, I think. Maybe our colleagues from Technics can check if he has the microphone open. Yeah, we can hear you. I'm sorry, Angelo. Maybe before the break, you can intervene, if it's possible. Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, and sorry for this inconvenience.
No, it's not a problem. Thank you.
I would like to introduce now a new speaker, our guest, Mr. Oliver Kask. He is, since 2005, the member of the Venice Commission, and since 2017, the chairperson of the Council of Democratic Elections, which acts by the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe and deals with electoral matters, including organizing seminars and conferences, assessing electoral legislation, and assessing Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe International Election Observatory missions. He is also the chairperson of Estonian National Election Commission since last year, which supervised the work of election managers and setting the voting and election results. Starting from 2004, he is a judge in Tallinn Appeal Court, and since 2019, is the chairperson of this administrative chamber. And from 2017, he is an alternate member of the management board of the Fundamental Rights Agency of European Union, and he also teaching introduction to law in Tartu University, where he graduated 2 times ago, and constitutional law and human rights in Tallinn University. He's also author and co-author of commentaries of the Estonian Constitution, 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd and 4th edition, paper which was published in Tallinn, last edition in 2017. So, Mr. Oliver Kask, if you hear us, please have a floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Yes, great. I will speak about accessibility during a period of emergency. But when talking about accessibility during emergency, I first would like to point out the main guidelines or main, let's say, points on the accessibility issue in general. First, Mrs. Katarina Babel already mentioned main documents of the Venice Commission which deal with electoral rights and accessibility in general, like the Code of Good Practice in Electoral Matters, as well as revised interpretative declaration to it on the participation of people with disabilities in elections. We also have revised guidelines on the holding of referendums. The revised version was adopted just in the end of last year. We also have the report on electoral law and electoral administration in Europe, a synthesis study on recurrent challenges and problematic issues provided by Professor Kremmerich, which Mr. Garon already made a reference in the beginning. And we have already also a list of reports on different aspects concerning emergency situations, mainly coming from last year. We have 3 different documents which also deal with electoral matters on the issue of whether elections could or should be postponed, how to address electoral issues during the emergency situation, especially during the pandemic, which we are going through all countries, even currently. Elections during emergency situation. First of all, we have to ask whether there's a possibility to guarantee the main principles of elections like universal, equal, free, secret, and direct suffrage, which are stipulated in the European Convention on Human Rights, First Protocol, Article 3, which includes among all those principles also the principle of regularity of elections. If we discuss on holding elections during emergency situation, we have to ask whether the possibility to have free access, to have universal access to elections is possible. But if not, we have to limit the principle of regularity of elections. So it has to be decided case by case, ad hoc basis, while assessing the proportionality. Do we have enough safeguards of the fundamental rights, including the right to health? Do we have possibilities to have open and free campaigning possibilities? Or is there, let's say, some margin of postponing elections until the emergency situation is gone, or at least is not, let's say, so evident, so strongly hindering the holding of elections? We also have to ask whether the electoral law allows the postponement of elections. As in the rule of law principle, based on rule of law principle, we have to have at least a general kind of legal ground, legal basis for such kind of restriction of the general fundamental electoral rights. We also have to ask on the substance, on the let's say formal procedural issues. Is there a consensus or agreement between government and opposition parties, or parties even outside the parliament, on the postponement of elections? As without such kind of consensus or wide agreement, we may find us in front of, let's say, wider mistrust in the governmental system, or in the parliamentary procedures in general. And we also have to ask, for how long should the elections be postponed? If we decide to postpone the elections, is it clear already while deciding on the postponement of elections, or are the elections postponed until some unspecified date for months, maybe even for a year or 2 years, until the emergency situation is gone? Concerning the pandemic, we may have some let's say expectations on the end of the pandemic, or let's say in summertime the level of infection may be lower, which allows more easily the elections to be organized. But some other emergencies like war, or let's say some other kind of emergencies, such problems might not be so easily foreseeable, and the postponement of elections for an unspecified time may decrease the level of trust in the political system more widely. So it's important to have a date of the elections as clearly provided as possible, and the postponement to be as short as possible too. What is also important concerning the decision on whether to hold or postpone the elections is also the issue of dissemination of information on the reasons for postponement guarantees. This kind of information or dissemination of information guarantees the trust in the electoral processes. So the voters, not only the voters, but also the, let's say, smaller political parties quite often might find themselves not informed enough, and it may lead to a very high level of distrust in the political order in general. So if we provide a clear picture on, let's say, on some expertise behind the decision to postpone the elections or hold the elections during pandemic, on the reasons why the postponement takes place, what can be done before the new date of elections, why we consider the elections to be possible in a better way, in a more accessible way in the new date. So accessibility, talking about the accessibility of elections, we can ask different questions. When, first of all, when accessibility has to be guaranteed, as has been already discussed beforehand, not only on election day, but also during the pre-electoral period and campaigning time. First of all, in pre-electoral period, we have to ask on the limitations of the voting rights. I think Professor Babel already made quite clear the international standards on the restrictions on voting rights, so I won't go through them in a detail. It's important to have accessibility of all decision making, not only for political parties, but also all voters, especially for political parties, as they have to plan and organize their campaigning strategies already beforehand. It's not possible to organize campaigning just 30 days before elections. You have to have, let's say, agreements with media outlets, with TV channels, with let's say, those making advertisements already a long time beforehand. You also have to discuss where the main, let's say, politicians should stand as candidates. So campaigning strategies have to be provided quite a long time before election day. And it means that the most important decisions, not only on the level of electoral legislation, but also concerning the decisions of the Central Election Commission, have to be disseminated to political parties, to be in a good procedure to be discussed with different political parties and main stakeholders. We also have what was referred to, but I still repeat it, let's say, international standard on the restriction of late amendments to the electoral law and electoral regulations, which asks the let's say substantial or amendments in principle not to be adopted less than 1 year before elections, which allows for such kind of strategies or planning of elections by political parties. We also have in pre-electoral period to take into account how the procedure in the election management bodies takes place, whether the meetings of the EMBs or Central Election Commission are accessible to all representatives of political parties or some interested voters, journalists who can report on what is going on, to provide access to information on the planning of elections by election management bodies. Concerning the campaigning, in emergency situation, also I would just refer to the let's say details concerning emergency situation. In pre-electoral period, I think the emergency situation does not make much difference. We can have access to the information based on same principles without wider restrictions on the information, on the accessibility of decision making. But concerning the campaigning, I think in emergency situation we have to take note of the wider restrictions due to the emergency. Instead of let's say physical meetings or larger events in public, sometimes only door-to-door campaigning is possible. Sometimes we have even restrictions on the physical meetings between two persons, and also we have to have, let's say, more campaigning in media, in TV, in radio, and through internet, including social media. So instead of public rallies, a different approach has to be taken. If there are some restrictions on the internet, on the access to the internet, especially, let's say, sometimes for elderly people who do not use the internet so much, I think there have to be some other possibilities invented by the political parties or by the candidates themselves, how to approach the voters. But at least such kind of means have to be possible. This is the task of the state institutions to organize that the access to public media is possible. Let's say for all candidates, there's enough free time slots for campaigning activities in public media, not only in private media. We also have to take into account what Professor Pavel already referred to, the guidelines of the Venice Commission on the use of digital technologies in elections, especially the principle of open internet. I think it's important to point out the issue, which was quite an important one in the elections in the United States, on the role of social media platforms. I think it has been the case in different countries, but it's more and more important what the private media companies or social media platforms are doing, how they are restricting the access by the candidates, by the political parties, or some other campaigners. Let's say the rules should be as clear as possible, as understandable as possible, and as predictable as possible. So if there's a clear legislation in any specific country, it allows the voters as well as the candidates, those who use the freedom of speech, to understand the limitations better, to understand what they can say in the social media platforms and what not, in order to take part in the campaigning. This concerns especially the emergency situations, as let's say, if the wide public rallies, large public rallies are allowed, we can take use of them instead of social media. So if there's a social media platform which restricts my access to it, I can go instead on the street, on the plazas, on the squares, and campaign there. But if there are wide restrictions in the public places, we have to take more into account the cooperation between state institutions, especially election management bodies, as well as from one side and from the other side, the social media platforms or private media companies. And last, accessibility during election day, which concerns the positioning of the polling stations, the physical accessibility of the polling stations, which concerns also some special measures for persons with disabilities. And we have a wide list of what has been done due to the COVID-19 crisis, what means of balloting or polling can be used instead of the general, let's say, on Sunday for the whole day going in lines, in queues, in a big number of voters to the polling stations. Now, for whom the accessibility has to be guaranteed. It includes first of all, yes, of course, candidates and political parties, which I already discussed concerning especially the campaigning or pre-electoral period. But we have to take into account different groups of voters as well. First of all, different vulnerable groups like elderly people who may be, let's say, face more difficulties in accessing the polling stations, who want to stay, let's say, healthy, to stay alive, and to vote at the same time. We also have to take into account persons with health problems who are vulnerable, let's say, for such kind of in such kind of emergency situations. We also have to take into account those persons who are infected with the virus. Whether the number of those infected is high, we have still to guarantee at least some kind of possibilities for them to take part in elections. And it means quite a difficult task for election management bodies to have, let's say, some special polling stations for those hospitalized. Maybe it's easier to organize, let's say, a polling station where the commission consists of doctors or nurses, but also for those who are staying at home, the doctors are already involved with trying to guarantee the right to health, but we still have to find means how to access those persons who are staying at home with virus. Accessibility has to be guaranteed also to disabled persons. Let's say, first of all, those with physical disabilities who have difficulties in going to the polling station. Also, we have to guarantee the accessibility to blind voters or visually impaired voters, as well as to the persons with mental disabilities. And we also have to guarantee the accessibility to everyone else, including self-isolated persons who are not ill themselves, who feel probably rather well, but have limitations on going outside or limitations on going to let's say, such places as polling stations, where we have very many other people who might get the virus without knowing it. And we have to ask on the question how the accessibility can be guaranteed. First of all, procedural guarantees like involvement of all stakeholders, discussing any kind of amendment or any kind of more important decisions with different stakeholders like state institutions, police or medical institutions or let's say doctors, as well as political parties and candidates. It's important to consult the civil society and political parties inside and outside of the parliament. Decision-making in the election management bodies should be accessible, the meetings of them open to everyone, and decisions made by the Central Election Commission should be consulted with different stakeholders. We have also to ask about the legal remedies such as complaints and appeals procedures. Are they open to every voter? Are they open to political parties? Whereas I don't have much time left, I will not go through all the details, but just refer to the guidelines by the Venice Commission concerning complaints and appeals processes, which was adopted just a year ago or last year, where you can find much more information on this. And accessibility, how to guarantee the accessibility, we have to take into account the substantial guarantees like the restrictions of the right to stand in elections, restrictions on the right to vote for the voters, and physical accessibilities for the disabled persons. Concerning the persons with disabilities, with regard to the procedural aspect, I will refer to the document prepared by Professor Kremmerich, which was mentioned already, who asks especially for all kind of decisions which have some impact on those persons to be consulted with disability organizations in order to promote the involvement of persons with disabilities, especially concerning electoral campaigning and election day. I think as the time is short, I will just point out some specific aspects on voting possibilities on election day. Internet voting was already discussed just before my intervention, but as I come from Estonia, I would just point out the difficulties when organizing internet voting. The main aspect is the technical security, of course. Whether we can have enough, let's say, means to stop cyber attacks, hackers, etc. But the other side is all related to the general trust or distrust in the internet voting procedures themselves. It's very difficult to observe internet voting. You have to have a specific, let's say, IT knowledge, know how these programs are working, what can be done and what can't be done. So it's not observable to everyone. And if you trust all the state institutions, if you trust the IT experts, it's good. But there's always some kind of level of just a general mistrust in the state authorities, which can be spread, especially through social media, by let's say false information, which may lead to a lower level of trust in election procedures in general. But we also have to take into account the difficulties organizing postal voting, which was the issue in United States elections. We have to guarantee the observability of the use of mobile ballot boxes, if possible, prolonged voting time or more voting days in order to lower the risks related to the emergencies. But if we do it, it needs a good reasoning behind that in order to address the problems related to the organization of the elections. I think I will stop here, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I will look to the raised hands. So, okay, Angelo, you have the floor. We still have the same problem. Sorry, we still have the same problem. We don't hear you. Now we don't hear you. We try to fix the problem. Our colleagues from technical services, I suppose, already tried to contact you even on the phone. I don't find a way to solve your problem yet. I think it's yours. Your connection is not so good. So I must ask the technical support to cut your microphone and send to Luis Sardon.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Oliver Kask a question on which countries had already postponed elections due to COVID-19. If he is so kind to provide a short list or a list of the election that he's aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you also. Professor Kask, can you answer?
Yes, thank you. Right now, I don't have the list in front of me, and then it would take some time to find the detailed information, but I know at least I think on IFA's webpage, but pretty sure that on International IDEA webpage, there's a very good overview of those countries which have had elections and which have postponed elections. Especially during the spring last year period, in most countries, the elections were postponed. There were elections held mainly starting from June 2020, and there were a big number of countries who held elections in autumn last year, even in the situation where the number of those infected or the infection rate was quite high. So I think especially the level of readiness to organize elections with specific circumstances, like let's say having clothes, having hand sanitizers, having the rooms, let's say, accessible without queuing inside the building, such kind of different viewpoints were very, very difficult to address in a very short time. But at least for the autumn, most countries were already ready to organize the elections, even with the emergency they were facing. So I think the level of postponement of elections just now is very low, but was very high in spring last year.
Thank you. We also received on the chat some information from our colleagues from International Foundation for Electoral Systems. If you are kind to see, there is a situation, centralized situation of countries where the election was postponed due to COVID-19. The situation is up to January 2021. So I invite you, all of you, to see on the meeting chat these links to complete the answer that Professor gives to you. And also, I would like to ask from India, but I want to see first if Angelo can finally speak with us. Please, Angelo, try again if you hear me.
I hope it might be better now.
Yes.
It was intermediary. The direct is better, direct. Sorry about that. There were very interesting things about how to ameliorate the accessibility, obviously, but there is also, as you know, a very topical issue now on the occasion of what happened in the US, but also in other countries. As long as we have the epidemics and the virus, that there were efforts, as you know, to facilitate in practical ways, in various practical ways, controversial or not controversial, the accessibility of the people in voting. And sometimes this created problems, or this created occasions to contest the security of the vote and the possibility eventually either of fraud, or if not fraud, of irregularities or technical problems or hacking or anything from outside. And do you think that we shall have an opportunity to speak about concrete things in this direction, in this debate? And if not, it would be welcome if we can, if you think, better, sir, to ask some concrete questions, what could be done on this case, according to the opinion of the speakers, because it's a very topical and very serious issue, how to try to be accessible, but also be accessible in security.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kask, can you provide an answer?
Well, it's a very good question. I think there are no very good and very clear answers to it. As otherwise we would have had a better situation in different countries. This has been a very big problem in very many countries quite recently. But first of all, I think the transparency and openness of the procedure, of the work of the election management bodies, if there's enough information on what has been done, what will be done, and why, I think the level of trust in the processes in general would raise. And concerning it concerns also the security. If we have more postal voting, more internet voting, or more mobile ballot boxes, or let's say voting in hospitals, in those places where the possibility to observe the elections is lower, I think the level of distrust just raises. And just due to the emergency situation, due to the pandemic, I think we just have to let's say take into account that the trust in the electoral processes might be lower. This is why many countries might be eager to postpone elections or have elections just after the pandemic is over. But concerning the transparency, I think one of the key issues is the observation. we have to guarantee that observation, both by international community and by civil society in the country, are still possible, even with let's say, drive-in polling stations or mobile ballot boxes. We have to give enough possibilities for observers to stay nearby, even if they are limited in their number. There should still be some possibilities to take part in the observation missions. For the international community, we may find it necessary to have some special regulations, but as the number of observers is quite low, maybe we should get them rid of the self-isolation period after entering the country or leaving the country, so that the trust or transparency of all the procedures is safeguarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Angelo, for succeeding. I would like to make a conclusion for this part of the conference. I would like to emphasize that all the speakers show the importance of the Code of Good Practices in Electoral Matters. And for that, we should thanks to the Venice Commission for that. They did a really good job for that. I would like to thank you, all the speakers, for your time, for your efforts, and for your presentation, and also for your answering the questions. And also, I would like to thank for all participants who asked questions. I hope to see you all after 15 minutes of break, coffee or tea, depends on the local time where you are. And I hope it was very, very useful for everybody, this first part. I want to apologize for my English language is not so good as was intended, but I do my best next time. Thank you very much. See you in 15 minutes.
everyone once again after the break. It's time to go on with our second session, and I will give floor to Mr. Bogdan Nicolae Tonea, who will speak about the accessibility and theoretical concept between national law and European regulations. Mr. Tonea is a professor for constitutional law at the Faculty of Legal and Administrative Science from the Alexandru Ioan Cruza Police Academy in Bucharest. He has had a career of over 20 years in university education. He has a doctorate degree in law from the Lucian Blaga University from Sibiu in 2005, with a thesis on representation of legal entities in civil legal acts. For his thesis, he was awarded with a distinction cum laude. He has published 9 books as an author or co-author, and a significant number of articles in various indexed law journals, and he participated in numerous national and international conferences and also research projects. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. I try to share my presentation. I don't understand what's happened. If it's visible, I would like to...
Yes, it is.
Okay. First of all, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present some consideration related to the concept of accessibility and a few critical considerations about it. But first, as an introduction, I would like to try to describe in a few words what is a democratic state. In order for democracy to be functional, a democratic society is also needed. For a democracy, it's specific that the fact that entire state authority comes from people. We try to bring in attention the US Constitution as an introduction, we the people. We the people, this sentence is a sentence of unique importance, because this sentence tells us that the power of the authority of the government does not come from the outside entities like code or the king or someone else, but from an inside entity which is identified as the people. So that is the power of the democracy, the people. The following elements can be understood as being basic for all democratic states. And I will present 6 elements, fundamental elements, being in a close interdependence one with the others. No one of these fundamental elements can stand alone. The first is the rule of law. If we want to see a democratic state, we should see the rule of law. A free democracy, which stimulated the participation of all elements of society in the process of forming political will, must be structured in the form of rule of law. The rule of law and democracy as an union which is indivisible. By the rule of law, we mean all the principles and procedures that guarantee the freedom of the individual and his participation in the political life. The second fundamental element is separation and balance of powers. The political parties, and especially the opposition and free public opinion, have the role of controlling tools in whose hands the power is. This constitutional separation of state competencies aims not only at the mutual control of the institution, which is a large, wide open theory, and it's well known in the doctrine, but it's also at the transparency of the activities of the state authorities. The separation of powers is, in my opinion, what fundamentally distinguishes the democratic regime from dictatorship. The other fundamental elements is democratic and sovereign parliament. Into a democracy, all powers come from people, as we said before. The powers are usually exercised by elected representatives. These are gathered in the parliaments. Their most important mission is to decide the most important political direction of the state, usually through law. And because the parliament legitimizes itself through the election in which the people take part directly, it has a privileged position and has the right to co-decide regarding the nomination of the available seats in the other bodies, state bodies. This is especially related to the making governments, which in parliamentary systems is made up of members of parliament usually, and these governments are accountable to the parliament. The other principles, the fourth, autonomous government. In the modern democracies, the interaction of government with administration is an essential element of political lives. Everywhere there are human communities, their leadership is needed. Both levels are considered by citizens as a common part of a leadership of a state. Currently, the government is made by a group of parliamentary who have the majority seats, and some members of parliament becomes the ministers. Even when the executive, for example, in the United States, the president is elected by the population, the Congress still retains its function of control body through impeachment procedure. We just seen this procedure in the American Congress last week. Therefore, the American presidential system is just a variation of the theme of democratic government. The other fundamental principles is related to the parliamentary political opposition. Because in the modern parliamentary democracy, the government is most often supported by the parliamentary majority, the control function is not shared between parliament and the government. It becomes more and more a relationship between the government and the opposition. Practically, parliamentary political opposition has the role to control the majority behavior. It's interesting to see this kind of institution in the British system, constitutional system, where we can find Her Majesty's opposition as an institution which is founded by the government directly in order to have a voice into British Parliament. And this is the most important role which the opposition has in all democratic countries to control the powers of the majority parties who form the government. The last element we should see when we try to discuss for a democratic regime is free and fair election. Democracy is based on election held at regular intervals on the decision of the majority. Already the speakers today emphasize the importance of the criteria for free and fair election. However, all the countries in the European Union have in common the right to run the society for temporary limited mandates. The electoral legislation of a state stipulates how the election should work and how the seats in the parliament are distributed. The legislation differs from country to country, and this has a big influence on the structure of the government in respective countries, and also for political party systems. Election must take place at regular intervals. The people must change their government peacefully when they are not satisfied within its achievements. But not all elections are democratic. With regard to elections in a democratic systems, there are certain criteria that must be met, which are meant to guarantee the conduct of democratic elections. All the speakers before me discuss about the character of general election, equal election, and free election. The petrified area of European electoral heritage is largely made up of international legal norms, as also Professor Oliver Kask explained, and at the beginning of the conferences, Katarina Pavel also explained, and linked to the directly decision of the European Court of Human Rights, and so on. So I don't try to explain more in this field. However, the existence of covering national laws and practice allows the precise content of the principle of the code of democratic elections is being identified in all the national systems in Europe. And that's make Europe's countries compatible and comparable related to the electoral systems and the results, especially to the results of the electoral process as a democratic result. Related to the concept of accessibility of the electoral systems, I will try to make some few theoretical points, and after that I will try to explain a few critical elements which I found during my research for these conferences. First of all, the Council of Europe was set up with the aim of achieving ever closer unification among its members in order to protect the ideals and principles that form the basis of genuine democracy. Since it was created in 1949, the Council has sought to adopt rules with legal force in order to define and clarify the notion of genuine democracy. In this respect, elections have always been the foundation of democratic regimes and therefore a prerequisite for joining to the Council of Europe. Failure to respect human rights and democratic principles might lead to the suspension of the accession process, as was the situation with Belarus, which held the status of special guest of the Council between 1992 and 1997. The Council of Europe has institutions and bodies to play a key role in formation of electoral heritage of EU election. European Courts of Human Rights, Parliamentary Assembly, European Commission for Democracy Through Law, Venice Commission, Council for Democratic Election, the Group of States Against Corruption, and the Division for Electoral Assistance, and so on, some other mechanisms to see and control the democracy process in the country. The essence of functioning of a democratic electoral system must not be linked exclusively and excessive theoretizing and abstractization, because is a danger which is present during the field of academics and the professionals from the electoral authorities. In the current technological condition, where manipulation and misinformation process are a real and extremely disruptive factor of electoral process, one of the main efforts of electoral authorities in European countries and beyond must focus on promoting the need of a democratic electoral system. These authorities having more and more the responsibility in educating the electorate regarding the nature of democracy, of its functioning through free and fair election. It is well known that manipulation and misinformation can only be fought by promoting, sometimes instantly, the truth. The truth is made known usually through a good education and training of the electorate, both in school and outside the schools, whole life. The people have to be explained and to be helped to internalize that a real democracy cannot function without their involvement in education for truth, not only during the election campaigns, but also outside them. For the citizen of modern democracy, voting has long been a privilege. After that becomes a right, and now I believe that the vote must become more than a right. Voting must be seen as a civic duty. Here I have a soft word than Professor Cristian Părvulescu said. I just consider is the same situation with the fundamental duties from the constitutions, not as an obligation, because obligation means to have sanctions, but fundamental rights which are related with fundamental duties can be also a point of start of discussions about this concept. Just as loyalty to the country is a constitutional duty, for example, in my constitution, in our constitution, constitutional duty of the citizen, to be loyalty to the country. Mutatis mutandis, loyalty to the democracy exercised by voting could be a central element of the contemporary constitutional democracies in Europe. That is an idea which can be discussed further and further away to find a way to tackle the points of discussion which Mr. Kask reaches in his presentation related to how to deal with the social media during the electoral campaigns and how to deal in this field with the manipulating information and fake news. The principles underlying an European electoral system, the fundamental principles of European electoral heritage is highlighted by the guidelines adopted by the Committee of Democracy to Law, Venice Commission, and was assumed in 2002 at the level of all EU members. I will stop to just two of them lately, but first we try to present shortly each of them. Universal suffrage, which can be conditioned by age criteria, belonging to a particular society, transparent way of submitting and processing application. All this information was largely explained by our first presentation, speakers Katarina Pabel. Sorry, Katarina. And I want to do further and further with that. Also, equal suffrage, just definition includes equality of the vote as well as equality of electoral power, equal opportunities and non-discrimination based on sex or nationality or others. Our speakers before explained that. The other principles is free suffrage, which requires a freedom of voters to form an opinion, as well as the fight against electoral fraud. The secret ballot, which involves the sanctioning of any contrary conduct. And we can see all over the states some inquiry related to the sanctioning of fraud, electoral fraud conduct. Direct voting practice for both central and local organs of powers, and also for European election. And also the sixth principle is the periodicity of elections. Venice Commission said maximum every 5 years. I agree with that idea. But I want to try to insist about equal suffrage. Equal suffrage is, in my opinion, one of the important points, because it requires the freedom of voters to form an opinion as well as the fight against electoral fraud. Here we can put in the light the sentence that I wrote it in my material with bold: limiting the time mandates is the essence of the democracy. Equal suffrage must include various aspects, but an element of criticism of European models for organizing electoral process is related to the financing of election campaigns and political parties. In almost all EU member states, some with secular democratic traditions, such as France, for example, but also in countries with still fragile democracies, such as Romania, we find investigations of criminal prosecution bodies on potential financial fraud of electoral funds, aspect which raise two types of questions. First question which I want to put into discussion is, given that voting would become a civic duty in a democratic state, would exclusively public funding of all electoral competitors be more appropriate? Is European democracy ready for such an organization of electoral process? And the second question which I raise, under the conditions set out in the first question, is European democracy ready to ensure equal public funding for all electoral competitors? Are we able, as a European society based on freedom, truth, and the rule of law, to remove inequities in the financing of electoral competitors, at least during election campaigns? And this is not only an European problem. It's also found in the American system, electoral system. The funding of election is always a problem related to the transparency of financing electoral campaign and so on. I put in my presentation some sentences which I found in a book, Comparative Political Finance, published in the 80s by Herbert Alexander. Money compensates for the lack of volunteers in political activities and serves in many of the societies as a surrogate for a weak connection that political parties have with the citizen. Money is a transferable and convertible resource that helps parties gain public support and preserve their influence in society. Yeah, was published in 1989. After more than 30 years, the political appetite of European citizens is declining, with turnout in European countries being a significant indicator in this regard. And in the same time, the amount of money involved in the electoral process are getting bigger and bigger. The money in politics is not without scandal related to the corruption and the attraction of illicit funds. We have enough examples in this regard, some famous ones such as Formula One business in Great Britain, 1997, or other related to some presidential election in France, or other minor or major corruption scandals that happens in the electoral campaigns that the European press reported at their time. But the two questions previous shown remains. Is European democracy ready for such an electoral process in which the financing is also assumed by the state, because the state considers that the vote is a duty, not is a right, is more than a right, it's a duty, and is maybe not compulsory as an obligation, because an obligation have punishment, sanctions, like in the penal code, no? Fee or other sanctions. This is the questions that becomes and remains. Another example of inequality concerns equal opportunities for electoral competitors. Here, I would like to give an example from Romania. According with the Article 18, paragraph 3 of Law 334 from 2006, the subsidy from the state budget is granted according to the following criteria. The number of votes received in the general election for the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate, and the number of votes received in the general election for, of course, local public administration authorities. So, apparently, this provision seems to create a balance between the political forces which are relevant to Romanian society. In general, we find the same funding mechanism for the political parties all over Europe, more or less depending on the country. But in closer inspection, we can make some findings and raise some questions. Among findings, is that the major beneficiary of this mechanism, sometimes overwhelmingly, are the big political parties in the country, with some tradition in a political life, as it creates a vicious circle in founding. You cannot access public resources unless you have received a large number of votes. In the previous election, in order to win a large number of votes, higher expenses are needed for the newer political parties in order to promote their message to the electorate. Mutatis mutandis, the situation is the same as that of young graduate in the labor market. For access to the relevant and well-paid position, experience in the job is required. But you cannot gain the experience in the job because you cannot work in such position before. Precisely because you don't have experience. Hence the dilemma. Moreover, during the Cambridge Analytica investigation in United Kingdom, one of the witnesses reveals a consulting contract concluded between this company and the largest political party in Romania, which revealed the services provided by this company to the Romanian electoral process from 2016. Electoral process in which the political party won the parliamentary election. The amounts coming from the state budget for the political parties, according to the Article 25 from the respective law, must use in a limited way. That's included expenses for press and propaganda, expenses for the production and distribution of commercials, expenditure of the organization of political activities. Now, having in mind the contract with Cambridge Analytica, how legitimate, moral, or legal does the annual funding provided by the law become in relationship to the number of votes received in the general election for the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate? In this case, can we raise this question also in the British legal system now with the Brexit situation, and also in the American election 2016 with the social media influence, and so on and so on. How do we relate in this condition to the principle of the Code of Good Practices in Electoral Matters, which shows that the system must ensure equal opportunities for competitors in terms of election campaign media coverage and public funding of political parties and election campaign? These are questions that can become relevant in the near future for all parliaments in Europe. We should think about in the future about that kind of problems, because this kind of access to the finance can create also some inequities in the electoral competitors. Related to the equality of suffrage, such a situation can generate such legitimate questions that not only in Romania. I try to bring in the memory the Brexit referendum and European financing for Nigel Farage, you know, from UKIP. They receive from European Union approximately €500,000, and the investigation was shown that they used that money in the actions to succeed in the Brexit referendum. But this kind of vicious circle can be analyzed in all Western democracy and Eastern democracy from the European Union. Therefore, if you consider that democracy by vote is a part of the very existence and function of European society, then implicitly we must accept that the electoral system must become part of the solidified body of the democratic state, as the public order is. I give an example with the public order because I work in the police academy, so it's more appropriate to me. Just as the state admits only public funding for the organization and functioning of national police as a public service of the state, so the election of the democratic governing bodies of states should be a process founded exclusively by the public budget or almost exclusively. And this means a way to eliminate areas of financial influence and public manipulation of any kind, including the manipulation which in America is well known as PAC, Political Action Committee, this kind of indirect financing that can manipulate the votes, especially in the local elections. In the United States, was this situation. In conclusion, one of the major problems of access to the electoral system in democratic countries, as we appreciate it, is the need to improve access to public financial resources and greater transparency of private funding of electoral actors, which will generate a higher degree of trust of the electorate in the electoral process. Freedom of suffrage is well known, the freedom of voters to form an opinion, the freedom of voters to express their will, and the fight against electoral fraud. The meaning of each of these elements was explained by all the speakers before me, so I want to bring in attention a reference to this fundamental principle, one of the themes of reflection that European democracy should begin to discuss, namely the relationship between the freedom of expression as a fundamental aspect of democracy, as a form of government, and the truth of what it said. This debate is carried out within the component regarding the voter's freedom to express his or her will. So, the question that arises is the current historical stage of European society, with a high degree of technologization and easy access to the social media communication, is whether the electoral message of the competitors can be constrained, and if so, what will be the way that make this possible in order to prevent the manipulation and, in fact, in order to prevent the hijacking of the results of an electoral process, as was unfortunately found in American and British electoral year 2016. The broader discussion must address the issue of freedom of expression versus the truth of what is said, in the same way that the Western democracy approached the dilemma of freedom versus security after 2001. After 9/11 was a big discussion and translated from the discussion to legislation, and each state tries to balance between the need of security and need to conserve and prevent fraud to the freedoms. This new discussion at the level of the European democracies, which are based on voting, is all the more necessary after the unfortunate experience of the United States from November 2020 to January 2021. I suppose that everybody is aware about the impeachment procedures, which was finished in the Congress, Senate of the United States, and the results. And that is the situation which I want to put in the light. To what limits can electoral competitors go in the name of freedom of expression during election campaign, and from which point the democratic state authorities can intervene and apply corrections, and what kind of corrections can be applied in order to preserve the freedom of expression. In order to, the electoral systems remains credible and can continue to guarantee that the outcome of the electoral process reflects the state of true real will of the electorate. This dilemma, in my opinion, is a fundamental one for which European democracy must provide additional resources, and the electoral authorities must have their social function wider, especially in the area of education of the electorate. Because any wrong solution of this problem can go to the destruction of democracy, as we know it, and this is not acceptable. European democratic states need to start investing more in their people's education for democracy. And Mr. Garone emphasized this point as a priority for European Union, education for democracy. Because in my view, the only real weapon against manipulation is education for truth. Education is an ongoing and costly process, of course, but the benefits of democracy through voting are great enough that European states not be reluctant to allocate the resources needed to maintain and promote this form of government. Some conclusion of my presentation. At the current stage of development, European society is under a constant attack over democracy, which occurs both internally and externally. The internal attack that erodes the confidence of the electorate in the quality and necessity of the democratic system based on regular, equal, direct, secret, and freely expressed universal suffrage occurs when appear social forces interested in speculating and the imperfections in laws, in regulating the organization, or in regulation related to the financing electoral systems. Aspects which usually lead to the various forms of electoral fraud or to segregation of certain population categories. The first sign of possible segregation is, I give you an example recently seen in Poland, where is trying to rise LGBT-free zone, was presented in the media. In time, communication gaps can be created between social groups that lead to the weakening of societies as a whole. The external attack, which from my point of view is deeper one, with more serious effects and more difficult to counteract, is the attack that Euro-Atlantic democracies are currently feeling, being developed through hybrid manipulative forms of aggression, which tend to take advantage on possible weakness in democratic system, such as those shown above regarding the lack of correlation between freedom of expression and the truth of what he said, and a kind of attacks that Mr. Karsk tackled in this presentation, from hijacking from Russia, Chinese, and other persons who are intends to manipulate the results. In this way, it becomes possible the manipulation within this area and gain the different results than the people want. As we already see occurring in recent election cycles in countries with deep democracy tradition, such as United States and United Kingdom. And in this matter, I think the universities should be more involved in this area of educating people and catalyze the interest of the administrative authorities in improving European electoral systems, so that they can be more successful either in increasing the participation of the electorate in electoral process or in increasing the quality of the results of the electoral process. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that my English abilities was good enough to understand what I tried to say. And if you have some questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Professor Tone. As we are a bit late, I will take only one question, if there's any. Yes, I see one hand raised. Angelo, once again.
Just a brief question about, just you spoke very much also and very well about the freedom of expression and other related issues. Recently, the Chancellor of Deutschland of Germany, Madam Merkel, as it is well known, found problematic the fact that in some countries, including in the US, and that concerns us all, but because of obvious reasons of the internet, some private companies sometimes were accused or to go too far into limiting the freedom of speech of some of the key players in the political game, either during or after in the aftermath of the elections. That, as you said, is very important. Do you think that this was also debated in the Council of Europe, that you know well, recently in the Parliamentary Assembly? And there might be other things. Do you think that this is an interesting issue? And how could you advise that it might be solved? Maybe by a kind of norms, principles set up by the international organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Dona, please. Do you have the answer to that?
Thank you for the question. In my opinion, I think the problem, in order to have some success in solving the problem, in my view, I think the solution should be at the European level, not at the national level, because the freedom of expression is universal, fundamental right, is regulated in the same way in the national constitution, and also all the European countries follows the European Convention of Human Rights. So, in my opinion, I think that is a discussion which can be held at the European level and can be and have as a result some European guidelines or norms which be applicable through all the Europe, not country by country and different way in different countries.
Yes, thank you. It's time now to go on to the next presentation by Mr. Cristian Alexandru-Leahu, who will talk about making elections accessible in Romania, a work in progress. Mr. Leahu graduated from the Faculty of Law in Alexandru Ioan Cuza University in Romania in 2002. In addition to this degree, he has completed a postgraduate diploma in private and public international law and a master in public sector management. Currently, he is a PhD student in constitutional law. He has been serving as a legal expert for the Permanent Election Authority since 2004 and is currently the head of Department of Legislation, Election Dispute Resolution, liaison with the Parliament and the EU. He has worked for the UN Development Programme in electoral assistance. He has extensive experience in drafting electoral laws and regulations, as well as in election administration and electoral disputes resolution. He's a bridge, semi-accredited facilitator, author and co-author of various articles and research papers on electoral issues. Please, the floor is yours.
So sorry, forgot to turn on my microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
So, all right. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and fellow practitioners, it is a great pleasure and an honor for me to attend this conference and present to you some of my considerations on the accessibility of Romanian electoral system, seen as a market which brings together voters, candidates and polling station members as consumers, election authorities as service providers, and political parties as both customers and service providers. My apologies beforehand for the lack of a PowerPoint and for the haste I will navigate complex notions and issues of electoral law, which would deserve a more in-depth analysis. Accessibility is a word which has officially found its way in the vocabulary of Romanian election practitioners not too long ago. It was first used in a decision of the Permanent Electoral Authority in 2016 in connection to the access to polling stations of voters with disabilities. It later appeared in the text of a 2019 emergency government ordinance under the form of the obligation of measures to guarantee accessibility of polling stations. It was inscribed in several programmatic documents pertaining to the vote of persons with disabilities, before being assumed as an overall objective by the Permanent Electoral Authority, mainly as a reaction to obstacles citizens abroad faced in trying to vote. Because of the scarcity of legal references to accessibility of elections, doesn't fully encompass the grasp of the notion and its pervasive effect on Romanian elections, my presentation will focus on the following considerations. The meaning of the concept, its current and future place in the Romanian election law, and the consequences it entails. The work done so far to facilitate accessibility. Key entry points to making elections in Romania more accessible, or on the development of a new approach to accessibility. Concepts are instruments of inquiry and theoretical deduction, but also necessary elements of election norms. Concepts such as the universally known electoral adjectives play a particular central role in electoral law, foremost because of its instrumental role in democracy. Concepts in electoral law are used both by courts and regulators in terms of the roles they play in legal argument chains and in enacting positive law. These observations apply with particular force to the concept of election accessibility. Therefore, before laying any groundwork, I'll try to explain its meaning, as ever so often in Romania, new policies and implementation mechanisms are built on misunderstood or insufficiently internalized concepts, borrowed either from other legal or administrative systems or from international documents. So, accessibility of elections is an abstract concept, difficult to quantify and assess. In this regard, the work of election observers and judges has both an evaluative and a regulatory value. Best practices, once identified, are often integrated into the electoral law or serve as a standard for comparison in the evaluation of electoral processes. However, in spite of past experience and researches, accessibility of elections eludes a unique definition, being construed either as an objective, a right, a principle, a standard, or all of the above. My hypothesis is that election accessibility should be analyzed as a distinct and evolutive concept of electoral law, a concept opposable to legislators, courts, and election administrators, ensuring the effectiveness of the right to free and fair elections, and stemming from constitutional principles such as the universality and equality of fundamental rights. A branch of law, albeit traditionally studied as an institution of constitutional law, electoral law demands autonomy, both in its study as well as in its application, as it benefits from specific and dynamic substance, principles, legislation, and scientific language. The emergence of democratically regulated electoral markets and the rise of independent electoral management agencies basically lead to a new paradigm of elections as a universal service provided to all adult citizens. One of the most visible facets of the election accessibility principle is that all adult citizens should benefit from ease of access to all phases of the electoral cycle, tailored to their legitimate needs and expectations. To that end, as a corollary of the principle of universal and equal suffrage, primary and secondary electoral law should be constructed and interpreted extensively in such a way that all citizens will be provided with the most legitimate possibilities to participate in all phases of the electoral cycle. Also, this perspective entails an obligation of the state to ensure universal accessibility by providing alternative ways of access that will satisfy all categories of election consumers. With this in mind, it seems that the evolution of Permanent Electoral Authority was driven by considerations pertaining to consumer service quality, diversifying services, and improving ease of access to them. During the years, Permanent Electoral Authority went from an organization providing consultancy to Parliament and government on electoral issues to a fully fledged provider of election services to voters, political parties, candidates, election observers, election bureaus, other election stakeholders, researchers, academia, etc. One of the first projects of the Permanent Electoral Authority, which increased election accessibility, was the Electoral Register, an information system developed in order to register voters and their allocation to a polling station. Since its establishment, the electoral register evolved beyond passive voter registration, enabling voters to easily access their information and to actively register at their secondary place of residence or as out-of-country voters, either by going to a polling station or by voting by mail. During last elections, online registration mechanisms and procedures were regulated and implemented, all to provide ease of access to out-of-country voters and to eliminate paper-based procedures which proved to act as obstacles to voter registration. Another important project of the Permanent Electoral Authority was the liberalization of employment on the electoral market. This project set up a roster of electoral experts for the polling station bureaus, accessible to all Romanian citizens of voting age without criminal priors, who passed an universal exam organized by the Permanent Electoral Authority. It replaced an arbitrary system under which mayors and prefects would be able to nominate whomever they will. In practice, the lack of a clear procedure and eligibility requirements linked to professional capacity led to restrictive practices which hindered free access to positions in polling station electoral bureaus. Another obstacle to the electoral market was the generally spread belief in fraud claims regarding illegal and multiple voting or falsification of election results. This lack of trust in the sincerity of elections impeded the will of voters, potential election officials, and candidates to access elections, obstructing thus the competitiveness of the market. The answer of the Permanent Electoral Authority was the development of the electronic system for voting monitoring and prevention of illegal voting, based on tablets utilized in polling stations by operators designated by the Permanent Electoral Authority. Its main functions are to verify the identity of the voter, verify whether citizens have the right to vote as per the law, verify if citizens are registered in the electoral register, verify if the voter is allocated to another polling station, warn about illegal or multiple voting attempts, show real-time statistical data on the turnout for each polling station, transmit preliminary election results and photographs of the paper protocols with the election results. Additionally, the tablets are used to record both audio and video the vote counting procedures done by the members of the polling station election bureau. Special attention was also given to access to polling station of voters with disabilities and reduced mobility by devising adequate guidelines to be used by the organizers of the polling stations and by monitoring their implementation. It ensured some progress and raised awareness on the necessity for accessible polling stations for voters with locomotor disabilities. Expanding voter access was one of the main priorities of the last years of the Permanent Electoral Authority and civil society. Public outcry regarding the lack of access of out-of-country voters was decisive in the adoption of legal changes to out-of-country voting procedures, either by implementing postal voting, by extending out-of-country voting to 2 or 3 days, by permitting voters abroad to sign for receiving their ballots electronically directly on the tablet used to verify their eligibility to vote. Legal amendments proposed by the Permanent Electoral Authority allowed people in queues to vote until midnight and provided voters an opportunity to download their ballots from a special website in order to facilitate the process of postal voting. One of the legal changes proposed to the Parliament in 2020 intended to make the special ballot box procedure, a procedure in which a team of 2 members of the polling station bureau goes to the place where the voter is at with a special ballot box, ballots and a stamp. It intended to make this procedure more accessible to voters. Unfortunately, it was not considered, a miscalculation which clearly impacted on the access to vote. Another issue regarded accessibility to the ballot in a broad sense. Legal amendments drafted by the Permanent Electoral Authority were enacted in 2015 to provide electoral competitors reaching a threshold of 3% of the votes cast for the reimbursement of legal electoral expenditure. Also, legal changes prompted by the pandemic were proposed by the Permanent Electoral Authority to reduce the number of required supporting signatures for the candidates and to use electronic signatures. A clear indicator of the impact the last mentioned amendments had on the access to the ballot is the fact that the number of candidates at the local and parliamentary elections held in 2020 during the pandemic didn't decrease in comparison with the 2016 local and parliamentary elections. Access to election observation is another service provided by the Permanent Electoral Authority, which opted to propose regulations aimed at increasing the autonomy and responsibility of civil society organizations, while reducing the administrative burden required by the accreditation of observers. Elections which took place in Romania during 2020 merited particular scrutiny as restrictions imposed by the pandemic took a toll on the accessibility to election campaign and to polling stations, delivering basic services and implementing rules regarding social distancing, disinfection, and the use of face masks took precedence. Supplementary services were analyzed but were not provided due to overall higher costs in money and human resources. The special ballot box procedure was made available to quarantined and isolated voters, while of course bearing in mind the fact that there would be cases in which polling station staff would refuse to endanger their own health. If anything, 2020 Romanian elections stressed more than ever the need for election reform, as vulnerabilities and flaws in access to the electoral services were aggravated by the COVID-19 crisis. In 2021, as in previous years, the reality is that there are still many barriers. Even the advantages that the use of technology entails were not enough to alleviate the distance between specific categories of the electorate and the electoral system. Therefore, overall accessibility to elections is an objective which should be further pursued, and identifying key entry points to achieve maximum results with available resources is paramount. To that end, the first item on the public agenda should be the simplification of the ballot, as it is the point of convergence of election consumers and providers alike. Going from a multi-page to a single-page ballot would go a long way to enhance voter access, especially the access of persons with disabilities, and to simplify voting and counting procedures, thus encouraging ordinary citizens to access positions in polling stations. It could also lead to elimination of stamps used now to mark the election preference on the ballot. It would facilitate the organization of polling stations in places which are out of reach at the present time, and it would allow for better paper quality. Also, rearranging and condensing information would allow a better understanding and identification of the favorite electoral contestant, which in turn will stimulate participation of political parties and independent candidates. In a nutshell, single-page ballots would set off a chain reaction enabling greater access to elections for all. Some other key entry points, as identified so far, would be the improvement of the relation between voters and election authorities prior to election day, registering online to vote at another polling station than the polling station of the place of residence, better access to submission and adjudication of election complaints, registering online to vote via mobile ballot box, better access to information pertaining to election bureau's activities, the consolidation of the status of electoral experts and IT operators, improving the relation between voters and political parties and candidates by implementing democratic and voter education programs in schools, better regulation regarding registration of political parties and publicity of their leadership and activities, implementing a centralized information system to be used in the collection of support signatures and candidate registration procedures. As mentioned before, steps in that regard have already been taken by amending legislation on local and parliamentary elections in order to dematerialize candidate registration procedures. Granting better access to media and public subsidies to non-parliamentary political parties and to independent candidates would also be on the agenda. introducing at least one alternative voting procedure for voters inside the country, within strict parameters, either under the form of postal voting or early voting. Also, it would be a key point of the agenda to better address vulnerable groups such as people with disabilities and reduced mobility, voters in hospitals and prisons, voters who will not be able to, due to objective reasons, to go to a polling station during election day. The last and not the least, to modernize polling station locations and election logistics in order to increase efficiency and accessibility. As to the internet voting, it is safe to say that no strategy we have in mind to increase accessibility can remain immune to its promises and allure. However, all past attempts to regulate internet voting, belonging primarily to Romanian MPs, were rather tentative, as they failed to thoroughly address issues such as the secrecy of the vote, the security of the voting system, and fraudulent interventions. Internet voting was also seen as giving an improper advantage for some political parties with regard to others, specifically for those whose electorate is not well familiar with technology. Other states' election practices on internet voting cannot be simply replicated in Romania. Any decision regarding the implementation of internet voting should be preceded by large and inclusive debates, as well as by researching and testing in order to substantiate future possible policy options and to build consensus on the system that will be used. Introducing internet voting should be a gradual process, and technical solutions should be piloted in advance on a limited scale in several election scenarios. For example, local referendums or local by-elections. On the same note, I would provide a brief conclusion on the fact that besides election organizers, even political parties should strive to increase the accessibility of the services they supply to the electorate, foremost by providing accurate, accessible, comprehensive, and timely information on their activities and their candidates. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm at your disposal with any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leaho. Anyone who would like to ask questions, please raise your hand. Yes, we have one.
Please.
Please.
India. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
A question from India, please.
I'm standing by.
Sorry. So thank you very much for the presentation, and it's really nice to know the progresses that is happening in the Romania accessible elections. I would like to share a few aspects which we follow in India, being the largest democracy of the world, and we have to look at different aspects so that we include our citizens with disabilities in the electoral process. We first make the accessible premises of the polling booths to be accessible, and we provide wheelchairs and the trained volunteers at the polling station, and tactile EVMs, electronic voting machines, and braille ballot sheet, and signages and sign language facilitation for voters with hearing impairment or deaf voters. And for people with intellectual disabilities, we provide easy to understand posters and voting demonstrations as part of voter education. We also have help desk at the polling stations. We don't have a queue for people with disabilities. We have priority queuing and dedicated parking for their vehicles. We also provide safe transport for voters with disabilities apart from the postal ballot option. We have a dedicated helpline with sign language facility for deaf voters, and we also have a PWD mobile app for electors with disabilities. We also provide accessibility observers, and we have set up committees at different levels so that all these facilitations are ensured at the ground level. So we have committees at the national, state, district, and the assembly constituency level to monitor all the facilitations. And apart from that, we are also engaging icons, the election ambassadors with disabilities, choose people with disabilities as ambassadors for accessible elections. And we have inclusive electoral literacy clubs. So we look at communication very importantly. The communication is a two-way process. So how to reach to persons, voters with disabilities, and how voters with disabilities can reach us, the Election Commission of India. So we enhance the communication, and we have been promoting through social media, through media, and also through civil society groups. We engage a lot with civil society groups. And apart from this, we have this safety provisions during the COVID. We successfully conducted Bihar state elections, and we had all PPE kits for all the polling officials, including mask, gloves, etc. And people were also ensured social distancing. COVID test was done for all the polling officials, and we used cotton bud instead of the normal inking material, so that it can be thrown away after using for every electors and every voters. And for COVID affected voters also, we provided postal ballot. So these are a set of things that India is following. I think it would be of help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess this was not a question, but just a short presentation, so no answer from Mr. Lepo is needed. If there are no other questions, as is the case, we can go on to the next presentation by Mr. Lorenzo Cordova-Vianello on the understandability of the electoral process. Dr. Vianello, Cordova-Vianello is from Mexico. He has he's a professor in National Autonomous University of Mexico. He got his PhD degree in political theory research from Turin University in Italy. He's a full-time researcher in the Institute for Legal Research at the University of Mexico, where he coordinated the area of electoral law. He has written many books and articles on electoral and constitutional topics, as well as political theory. He was given the National University Award for Young Scholars in Research in Social Sciences in 2010. From 2010 until 2011, he was technical secretary of the work group that processed the political reform in the Senate in Mexico. He was also a member of the board of the Institute for Studies for a Democratic Transition. He became an electoral counselor of the Federal Electoral Institute in 2011 and was elected president counselor of the new National Electoral Institute by the Chamber of Representatives on April 2014 for a 9-year period. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Oliver. It's a huge pleasure to be here in this very important conference, for which I thanks a lot to the Venice Commission and the Romanian Electoral Authority. I'd like to share some presentation. I would like to, let me see if I'm able to, sorry, I already make my, okay. Theoretically, I already open it before to get in. I hope you can see it right now. Please let me know.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Well, I done it. I mean, this is more or less complicated that organize elections in a country like Mexico. So, well, I would like to start by saying that we are living a very complex context for democracy, for many issues, of course, and COVID-19 pandemic is probably the most recent problem we're facing on running elections. But in these times, the instability of elections is one of the main issues that eventually compromises electoral integrity. Right now, there is a context in which there are huge demands for citizens. They need to be informed and understand a lot of issues, such as sometimes very complex legislation, the arguments that political parties and candidates offer to them during electoral campaigns, the agendas that the political parties present to them, how many posts and what kind of posts are in competition, how the elections are financed, among many other issues that make, you know, the communicational environment during pre-electoral process very complex. This is very complicated also in the current, not new, but current context of misinformation, disinformation, and fake news, what many people have already conceptualized as post-truth, a post-truth context. We also must to add to that problems, you know, the current political and social polarization that in some cases in the context of COVID-19 pandemic has increased the understability of electoral processes. Therefore, in the current context, we need at least to be clear in some issues. First of all, we must translate in a very clear manner some procedures, some rules that are in some cases are very complex. And therefore the first aim into clear and understandable elections is to make the whole electoral process clearer. That means not only to translate in very simple ways the terms of that legislation establish, how we as in the EMB operate electoral process, taking in account that in some countries, such as in Mexico, the electoral legislation has reached very highly complex levels. Not only constitutional rules, but also laws, regulations, statutes, institutional processes, agreements or that are taken by the EMBs and so on. In some countries also, I'm sorry, I make a mistake here. In some countries also, the ones who are constituted in a federal context, the legislation, the federal legislation should stand also with local laws. It's very important also to make the citizens be able to vote and to understand the whole electoral process, to broad campaigns to register, to call to vote, to assume an assertive institutional communications from the EMBs. In some cases, there are some complex processes, such as in Mexico, that polling station officers are raffled. So we have to train citizens to receive and count votes, and that suppose a lot of explanation attitude from the EMBs. Also, in COVID times, we should explain to the people, to common people, to the citizens, how measures, sanitary measures, which sanitary measures are we taking which sanitary protocols are established, so making voting a safe procedure in terms of sanity. I think that make an election understandable is something that is very linked with an electoral integrity. If an election is not understandable for the common people, for common citizen, then electoral integrity is eroded. The Kofi Annan Foundation established, among many other institutions, what an electoral integrity consists. And as you can see, one of the main issues of electoral integrity is the transparency of the electoral process. And I think transparency should be understood not only as an accountability on EMB's activity and on political parties' founding and so on, but also, or certainty and counting votes, but also means transparency in elections means the ability of the electoral institutions to explain the conditions of the electoral process. And that's supposed to display an pedagogical vocation for the EMBs. I think that understandable elections is essential to fortify the certainty among the electoral process and the legitimacy of elected governments. In Mexico, in case of Mexico, certainty is established in the Constitution as one of the guiding principles of the electoral process. According to our Constitution, all the actions carried by the National Electoral Institute will be endowed by trustfulness and adherence to facts. That is, the result of his activity should be completely verifiable, trustworthy, and reliable. That's why in Mexico we assume, the understandable elections as one of the main principles and the main actions that electoral institution, that EMB, should display. That's also because making elections understandable helps citizens to know what they can expect from the electoral process, and also because making elections making elections more understandable supports citizenship in a context in which precisely democratic citizenship is getting eroded by the many factors that menace democracy in the current times. In Mexico, we have displayed since the 2018 elections a very intense agenda from the EMB to make elections more understandable. In first place, we have, with the institutional commitment enforced by the Constitution, as I said, we display a huge effort of public pedagogy, which means to explain the ABC of elections. Many times in the electoral discussion, EMBs forget that build an election, an electoral process is many times much more complicated or very complicated to understand for the common citizen. That's why I think one of our aims is to explain what are we doing, what are the processes established by rules for, and what's the reason of our actuation in building elections. The reasonability of all those procedures many times has to be with build certainty, and we have to explain it. That's why for us, explain the ABC, as we said, of elections is fundamental. This is not only a matter of communications, but it's also, as I said, a way to promoting citizenship and get citizens more involved with the construction and at the end of the day, the support of the electoral procedures as a way to solve democratic complexity in our societies. In second place, we assume that this commitment with understandability of elections pass from an assertive communication. As we'd like to say, during communication from the EMB, after the event occurs, mainly if there are problems, is not explain what is going on. More oftenly, it's making damage control. So the opportunity of communication is fundamental. Obviously, as every EMB does around the world, we explain elections through through traditional communications, press releases, press conference, and so on. But in the times that we're living on with the spreading of social media, we must use social media not just for monitoring information and fake news, but also for use them as a way, as an instrument to spread that, as I said, ABC of elections. And that's supposed to use a lot of variety of materials, such as videos, infographics, and so on. But these assertive communications suppose, first of all, as I said, to assume a pedagogical institutional approach. The EMBs right now are not only, must be understood not only as public institutions that organize elections, that receive and count votes, but also that solve conflicts among political contenders, but also as a pedagogical institutions that explains in the clearest way they can what means to organize the logic of electoral process and the reason and reasonability of all the rules that stand behind an electoral organization. In first place, in Mexico, we bet at the INE, we bet for in this logic of explaining the elections on the concept of chain of trust. To build an electoral process, suppose a series of processes. Many of them are connected one to another, and that suppose a logic. And we have to explain that logic. If you don't have a trustable electoral list, you cannot have a fair and free election. If you don't follow all the procedures and the selection of polling station officers, for instance, that usually it follows a series of rules established by laws or regulations. If you don't explain it, I mean, you miss the chance to make the people understandable this chain of trust. I mean, the whole electoral process is a chain of following procedures that has the aim, the final aim, to make election trustable and certain. Now, in times of COVID-19, part of this chain of trust is to explain the sanitary protocols. In Mexico, we have more than 20 sanitary protocols established to rule the different electoral procedures, such as, I mean, the way the polling station works during election days, and so on. But we have to explain them in the aim to get the people, the citizens, trust that their health will not be compromised in the exercise of political rights. That means also addressing information in elections through displaying the whole institutional capacity to fight misinformation and fake news. At the INE, every time we have, the field work, we have electoral officers all around the country, and each one of them becomes not only an elections organizer, but also a people that can provide information to fight against misinformation or or fake news. Once again, obviously, one point fundamental is to the link, the liaison between EMBs and the digital platforms and the fact checkers in aim to fight against misinformation and fake news during elections. But I'd like to end and open the question and answers period, insisting in this point. Right now, and this is an inevitable, EMBs in this context, in the current context, should become a pedagogical institution. That means that not only to get very serious in the application and linked with law and the application of established procedures to build certain electoral process. That means also an attitude. Let me say like in this way, usually electoral campaigns establish a war room in which the strategies are set, are decided. Well, electoral management bodies are forced to build, let's say like that, like this, peace rooms in which the communications, the communicational strategies should be decided. That's a matter of attitude. EMBs should understand that they have a very important pedagogical function in order to get to good port an electoral process. We should understand that no one else will explain what is happening during an electoral process with impartiality that an EMB can assure. So right now, EMBs are not only institutions that organize elections, but also institutions that should explain election in order to make elections more understandable. Well, I will end my presentation right here. And
thank you. Now let's take some questions. Please raise your hand. Yes, Angela, please.
Yeah, just in Mexico, there was a very interesting pedagogical film, very well known, called Dictatura Perfecta, The Perfect Dictator, which made instead a kind of a presidential election and a national election, and also the mainstream media claiming that if there is a kind of collusion where you don't have pluralist news but biased news and maybe fake news also, as you said, this might be very hard for democracy to thrive through the elections. Probably this is, as you know very well, a very topical issue also in many other countries nowadays. And you spoke about that. What would you advise practically that should be done in order to have more pluralism in the mainstream media also, or at least to respect some principles? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oliver, I'm sorry, I missed in the right button, so I get out from the meeting instead of stop to share the presentation. But I follow the main part of the question from Angela. Well, I would say the main, right now, to communicate into electoral process is a very complex task. So I think in the current context, the liaison with the social media is fundamental. We are living a context in which the people demand for a very simple information, and if an EMB pretends to explain with a very sophisticated discourses the organization of an election. Unfortunately, they could not be. I mean, they cannot achieve their purpose into that. So we have to learn, how to communicate in the way that currently misinformation and fake news goes on, which means this very simple language that social media demands. That's not easy, because many of the electoral process demands, they are very complex and suppose, a very complex explanation also. But the new challenge for electoral management bodies is to learn how to simplify the language in which we explain the electoral process, the procedures, some decisions that are very complicated. For instance, when you have to solve a conflict between two political parties, when a party presents a claim against another party, and you have to solve it, it's very complicated to reduce complex legal arguments in a very simple explanation. But that's the new challenge we are facing on, because unfortunately, social media demands this very clear, simple, and many times simplifying explanations. That's our challenge right now, and that's not easy. And I hope, Angelo, to get the aim of your question, because I just heard the half of it.
Maybe we could say just thank you very much for your answer. It was very well, but also another aspect which is close, very near to that. In Mexico, there was a film called Dictatura Perfecta, Perfect Dictator, and it concerned the elections, as you know very well. It concerns elections with media, which was your kingdom, what you say. But this now was also the social media, but this time was also the mainstream media.
Yeah.
Both exist. Sometimes there are problems there also. And they use also the social. Could you have any advice how we could cope also with the situations where sometimes much of the mainstream media are dominating, are imposing one aspect and censoring the others? What would you advise?
Well, that's a problem, particularly in a context like Mexico, in which the traditional media are monopolized in some few, broadcasting companies. In Mexico, we still have. We get a great step forward in the last years, because we passed from 2 main broadcast companies to 3 main broadcast companies. So, we have a problem in the plurality of ways of information. So it's not easy, because in Mexico, as you probably know, INE has to regulate, the political communication through radio and TV. So it put INE in a context of a permanent conflict with the traditional, with the broadcasting companies. So, an advice. I think at the end of the day, you should act as an authority, which means, to apply the law, of course, but try to avoid, that thing is not easy to do. To make avoid the EMB to become part of a certain conflict is very complicated for the people. If you appear in front of the citizens as part of some conflict with the government, with the political parties, with the broadcasting medias companies, it's not good for your for the necessity and the ruling elections attributions. So I would say you must be enough strict in regulation, in applied regulations, but to avoid in terms of communications to become part of the conflict. Because at the end of the day, if you do that, you can provoke that some contendant after elections, if the results do not benefit it, could say that the whole electoral process was corrupted, because you do not have, you know, an impartial EMB that rule the electoral process. No?
Thank you very much. I guess it's a big challenge for all EMBs in different countries to avoid being, let's say, considered as a part of the conflict, considered as a, let's say, like a political party. Some argue against the electoral system or holding of elections. Some consider it well organized. So if the EMB or let's say Central Election Commission takes a position on that, it will already be considered as, let's say, by some voters as trustworthy, and by others less so. Thank you, Mr. Cordova, and we can now go on to our last bigger presentation by Ms. Rebecca Aberg on the inclusion and meaningful political participation during the COVID pandemic. Ms. Aberg is the inclusion specialist at the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, designed for increasing political participation of persons with disabilities and supports civil society advocacy. Her experience includes leading trainings on disability-inclusive participation for election management bodies, government stakeholders, and civil societies in more than 15 countries. She has co-authored publications including IFA's Election Access Observation Toolkit and Disability Rights and Election Observation, Increasing Access to the Political Process in the Nordic Journal of Human Rights. Prior to joining IFAS in 2015, she worked for the Council for a Community of Democracies, an international non-governmental organization, and she has received a master's degree from the Georgetown University and a bachelor degree from the University of Pennsylvania. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the organizers for putting together this great event today. I am going to be speaking about inclusion and meaningful participation during the COVID-19 pandemic. And just one moment, if you wouldn't mind, I will get my presentation up and ready. All right. So for those of you who are not familiar with IFAS, we're an international nonprofit organization that provides technical support to election management bodies and civil society around the world. We typically have offices in about 20 to 25 countries at a given time. And in terms of inclusion, we have technical advisors that focus on gender equality, disability rights, and youth engagement, as well as working groups that focus on including displaced populations, as well as minorities and indigenous peoples. So IFAS works to integrate inclusion into all aspects of the work that we do. And before I begin, I just wanted to quickly address one of the questions that came up quite early on in this discussion about access of persons with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities to the political process. And thank you so much to Smitha for bringing this important topic up. I think it's something we can't talk about enough because it's so important that everyone has access to participate in elections and political life more broadly. I only wanted to note that the CRPD committee, so that's the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the body that ensures the implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, has actually made it quite clear that, as Smitha was saying earlier, you cannot discriminate on the basis of disability for any rights, including voting rights, which are guaranteed under Article 29 of the CRPD. And in their general comment number 1, they also note that you have to read the different articles of the CRPD together. So if there's an Article 29 on political participation, there's also Article 12 on legal capacity. So you have to look at it holistically, which means that persons with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities cannot be discriminated against under the CRPD. So I just wanted to mention that straight away. And as other colleagues have mentioned, participation of all citizens is vital for functioning democracies. And this is still important during the pandemic context. So I'm going to go over just a little bit of background, focusing on some of the highlights from Inclusion and Meaningful Political Participation, a paper that came out a few months ago as part of IFAS's COVID-19 briefing series. And then I'm just going to share some practical examples from around the world. And I'll try and keep this brief because I know it's been a long day and I'm sure people want a chance to talk and share with each other a bit too. All right. So just to start off, when we talk about marginalized groups, we're talking about a very diverse group of people. And in fact, this group consists of almost everybody, right? Almost everyone might be a member of one of these different types of marginalized groups. And just for some international perspective, we know that over half of people with disabilities are women, for example. So there's also an overlapping component to these different marginalized identities. We know that about 5% of the world's population are indigenous persons. We know that 10 to 20% of the world's population identify as part of a minority group. So that would be an ethnic, religious, or linguistic minority. And we know, as I mentioned earlier, that people might identify with multiple of these groups. And when they do, they might experience intersectional barriers to elections and political participation. So what are some of those barriers that people are experiencing? Well, during the COVID-19 pandemic, not only are people from marginalized groups experiencing the same barriers that they experienced previously, but those barriers might be exacerbated and there might be additional barriers as a result. So one of the things that we've seen across the world is the digital divide has had a huge impact on people from these marginalized groups, including people with disabilities and people in rural and remote communities and others. As activities move online, some people have access to take part in a political campaign that has only online participation, and some people don't have that access anymore. So that's something that we could talk about. I'm showing on the screen right now a few other examples of other barriers that people from different marginalized groups are experiencing. And I'm going to go over just a couple of them in more detail to talk about how people from different identity groups might experience similar barriers to each other. And thus, when EMBs make decisions about how they want to update their electoral processes during the pandemic, some of the modifications that can be made will actually enable access for multiple of these groups, which is a good thing, right? We want everyone to be able to participate no matter what. So one example of this is that government offices might have closed during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is something that we saw a lot more of early on. So now I think in many of the places where we're working, for example, there are more opportunities to have government meetings and to do work online. In some places, this is still not the case, but as the pandemic continues and we might see outbreaks in different places, there might be decisions made about having to close government offices in certain places for a certain amount of time. And when government offices close, this can have a really profound impact on young people, for example, who might turn the age of majority and need to be added to a voter list. It can also mean that limited hours operating can reduce the access that people with disabilities, LGBTQ people, internally displaced people who wanted to update their registration might have to doing those things. And in places where staff is limited, it's important to consider if some sections of the EMB's work will need to be closed because of access issues. Are people from marginalized groups going to be significantly impacted? So in one country where we were working, the EMB office had a wing that worked on women's rights and also rights of people with disabilities. And unfortunately, for safety measures, they wanted to reduce the number of staff who were coming in every day. And as a result, they closed that office that was working on women's rights and disability rights. So that meant that all of those programs and other opportunities that those groups had previously were no longer available to them during the office closure. So that's just something to be aware of. Another issue that impacts many different marginalized groups can be lack of trust in government. So for example, Indigenous peoples and ethnic and religious linguistic minority groups might already have a distrust for government, and that, of course, it extends beyond the electoral process as a result of some of the historic injustices that they faced as groups. So that means that it is incumbent upon the people who are working on creating new procedures to make sure that elections are, available and accessible to them to build relationships with those groups and to get feedback from them in terms of what's working for them, what's not working from them. It's also been posited that this could lead to a long-term disengagement from young people as well. It's been spoken about quite a lot that there could be growing apathy, for example, among young people. And I think it's also important to remember that some of that might be true, but some of that also might be, discrimination of older people against younger people as well, assuming that young people are uninterested in formal political life, rather than really working with them and kind of identifying ways that it can be made more accessible to them and inclusive of the things that they care about as a group. So in the paper, we talk about kind of three major findings for COVID-19. So, the barriers, of course, are extensive, and we've talked about those a little bit. But COVID-19 can also be seen as a great opportunity to make changes, to make electoral systems and political participation opportunities more accessible to the marginalized groups that we were talking about before. So I have on the screen a quote from Antonio Guterres, who is the UN Secretary General, and it says, "We have a unique opportunity to design and implement more inclusive and accessible societies." And I think there's no greater opportunity than with the electoral process to really demonstrate that people from these marginalized groups have an important contribution to make to society and to strengthen democracies by having more voices involved in decision making and in political processes. So we've kind of broken this down in the paper into three sections. One is on building back better. So some of you might be familiar with this phrase already. It's become very popular, again, in discourse over the last few months. But it actually comes from the disaster relief perspective. And the idea is that as we're already working to do things like building new buildings or also building new systems and processes, we don't have to build them the same way they were before, right? They can actually be more accessible to people. And that means as well, and I'll provide an example of this later, as we're thinking about the updates to the electoral process that might be necessary as a result of the pandemic, some of those things could actually be instituted in the long run to ensure that increased level of accessibility continues throughout. Additionally, this can be a time to build resilience. So, marginalized groups by necessity have had to come up with innovative solutions to, ensure their participation in political life. And this is something that we can really learn from and can build upon. As well, electoral stakeholders can meet with these different groups and learn a lot from them, which might increase their engagement. And as we talked about earlier, having more voices in the process means more robust democracies, which is a goal that we have, right, through the electoral process. And finally, this can be an opportunity to build trust. So I mentioned earlier that as a result of, centuries of discrimination, historic injustices, people from marginalized groups may not have as much trust in the political process. And this is a time that really, this can be mended through consultation, through ensuring that, people from all of these different groups, so women, persons with disabilities, LGBTQ people, displaced persons, young people, indigenous peoples, are all represented in the process. And then, of course, that can be done in many different ways. We won't get into that right now, because I'd like to get into some innovative approaches and good practices. So, I am going to, in the next few slides, just provide a few examples of how we can do those three things, right? The building back better, the building resilience, and also building trust. So on this slide, I'm showing two different pictures. On the left is a picture of a young woman from Kyrgyzstan, and she's holding up a sign that says #stay-at-home. And I think this is a great example of how young people have really been at the forefront of digital advocacy throughout the pandemic. Election management bodies, for example, can work with young people, can work with influencers and others to, really share out those messages about why it's important to participate in elections and informal political processes. It's a great way to reach, new first-time voters and others. And on the right, I have an example of a newspaper article that came out in the last few months in the United States. So in the state of Virginia, there were actually people with visual disabilities who decided to, have a lawsuit because they wanted to have more voting options, right? We talked earlier, and a few of the panelists have mentioned this, about how, during the course of regular voting processes, it might not be accessible for people with visual disabilities to vote independently and in secret. So, perhaps if they're going to the polling station, they might bring an assistant of their choice. One of the issues in the United State of Virginia is that in Virginia, you can receive your ballot electronically. So if you're going to vote by post, for example, you can receive your ballot, print it at home, and send it out to, to be counted. But this was an option that hadn't been available before. So before, you could only request that your ballot be sent to you, and they would send you a paper copy. Well, people with visual disabilities realized that if they have an electronic ballot, they could use a screen reader to read out loud that ballot to them before they print it out. So they could read the ballot independently, know what was on it, mark it while it was electronic, then print it themselves and post it. So that's something that they really wanted to continue into the future because it makes it a lot more accessible to them, especially if they want to keep their vote secret from other people, which could include people in your family, right? All right, and in terms of voter registration, one thing that I wanted to mention is that, as more and more people are recovering from COVID-19, one thing that we found is some people are experiencing what they call long COVID. So they continue to have symptoms of COVID, for example, breathlessness, fatigue, these kinds of things for a long period of time. And that might mean that they actually need new accommodations to participate in elections. So I'm showing on the screen an example of a voter registration form from the Philippines. And this is actually from quite a few years ago, but it has a great practice. And that good practice, which is circled in red, is that it asks what kind of reasonable accommodations people would prefer to have. So, do you want something like a step-free entry? What kind of accommodation do you want? Instead of asking people about, for example, their disability type or whether they have a disability or not. I think one thing that we'll probably find is that some people who experience these long-term impacts of COVID may not self-identify as having a disability, yet they would benefit greatly from having the options of reasonable accommodations, which of course are afforded to them through different legal frameworks. We also talked earlier about polling station selection and operations, so I won't go over the same things that my esteemed colleagues have done, but I did want to note that, you know, as decisions are being made in places where the pandemic is really impacting the local community, in some places, election commissions have had to reduce the number of polling stations that are available, for example. So, you know, if that decision is being made that maybe they don't have the capacity of enough poll workers, you know, to run all of those polling stations, then, you know, making sure that the polling stations that are selected are still accessible to people with disabilities can be, you know, a really important step. And, you know, at the same time, people that live in remote places, such as indigenous communities, have seen disproportionate impacts of polling station closures on the places that they live. So it's worth taking into account who is being impacted by closing specific polling stations. And I'm showing on the screen on the left, there's a picture that is from Armenia during a polling station audit that we actually finished during the pandemic. So, you know, you can see they're measuring the width of the door. During a polling station audit, they would look at all different facets of physical accessibility in the polling station. And if you want more information about that, IFES has an election access observation toolkit. And we also conduct polling station audits in a number of places. So, you know, feel free to check that out for more info. You know, and on the right, there's an example of, you know, some of the rules for how voting happens have changed during the pandemic. So, you know, having the distance of 1.5 to 2 meters between voters, for example, you know, it's also important that those who are, let's say, heading up the different polling stations know that people might bring assistants with them when they come to vote. So especially people with disabilities and older people might have an assistant that they bring with them. And there, you know, there has to be a kind of exception, right, to that 1.5 to 2 meters rule, because someone might need someone physically close to them to provide that support. And there was a great example earlier from Romania about creating guidelines for polling station accessibility. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. That was great to hear. Oh, and this example that I'm showing on the right is from a spot in North Macedonia that was talking about the new procedures that are taking place. And that is actually a segue right into something else I wanted to share briefly, which is about civic and voter education. And again, we've talked about this a lot already, so I'm just going to keep this very, very brief with a few examples. So, you know, as COVID-19 has meant a lot of changes to the way that we participate in elections, polling station locations might have changed. There might be new guidelines for keeping physical distance. There might be new rules about sanitary practices that happen at the polling station, like hand washing or sanitizing your hands, that kind of thing. People have to know that this is happening. So a few examples of that. On the far left in Libya, IFES worked with a local organization, Zycom Zainia, to produce information in Libyan Sign Language so that deaf communities would also have the same access to information. Deaf communities are actually much less likely to have strong literacy skills around the world, so that's why it's extra important to make sure that that information is available in sign languages. In the middle is a flyer from Jamaica, and that integrated hygiene practices into some targeted voter education on the rights and responsibilities of voters with disabilities. That was handed out to disability communities across the island. And then on the right is an example from Bangladesh. Young people actually drew out their own messages of things that they would want to share during COVID-19. And I think this is a great example of how important it is to work directly with communities to make that information more impactful to them. And finally, I just wanted to say that it was mentioned earlier that easy to read materials are a good way to, engage with voters with intellectual disabilities, make sure that they have the same information. And I also want to mention that easy to read, wordless, those kind of formats are great, not only for people with intellectual disabilities, but also for other low literacy populations as well. So there's, kind of an extra impact that you can have by providing information in those formats. And, finally, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of things are moving online. And so as we're moving online, it is extra important to make sure that those platforms have information that's accessible to everyone and inclusive. And as the presentation from Mr. Cordova Villano from Mexico noted, online formats are also a great way to reach out to everybody. So I will, after this presentation, send in the chat some considerations that could be made for making online methodologies for voter education, poll worker trainings, etc., accessible to people with disabilities, including things like adding alt text to photos, making sure if you're doing a presentation to describe everything that's happening on the screen. So hopefully I've been doing that a little bit as we've gone along, so you can kind of see how that goes. But quick examples on the left, there's an image that has some people with disabilities and their peers in a little box, and behind it is a presentation on the electoral cycle. That's from a screenshot from an online training that we did with trainers through our Power to Persuade program in Pakistan. So, this is just to say that even though there's a big digital divide and we need to be aware of that and provide people with the, what they need to access, those same materials, doesn't mean you can't use the internet. So, what we did is we provided like USB sticks or SIM cards or, other ways to help people to access those materials and trainings. And on the right is an example from Tunisia of a webinar where they included deaf moderators. And actually, since we've been online, there's a lot more access to sign language interpreters than there has been in the past, because, in the past, the interpreter have to physically go to the place where they're doing that event. And that could actually, in some cases, limit how many, events we're able to have sign language interpreters. So I think this is another great example of how it can be an opportunity. I'm not going to go over these examples, but I wanted to mention that in the paper that I was talking about, and I'll drop in a link to that in the chat, there are recommendations specifically for what election management bodies can do to be inclusive of all of these different groups throughout the process. There are also some recommendations for other groups such as, Parliament, civil society, media, and others. So I hope that those can be helpful to all of you. And I also welcome, additional thoughts on that. And I know this has been a very quick breeze through. So I'm available if anyone has questions of things that you wanted to chat about. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Rebecca. We have time for, let's say, 2 questions. Yes, we have one from Kunchapatra Aneya. Please.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. This has been a very insightful presentation. And we don't have a question. I just have one fact to add. You were talking about some places where the polling station numbers were actually reduced, and you were thinking of the complications or the implications which could arise from them. So I just wanted to share one experience of the recently conducted elections in Bihar, wherein actually Election Commission of India decreased the number of voters per polling station from 1,500 to 1,000, which essentially meant that we had an increased polling station number, which was raised from 65,367 to a whopping of 1,06,526. And we integrated the additional polling personnel, materials, funding, just to ensure that there is social distancing at all polling stations, and to facilitate the electors and to inculcate confidence in them to come out and vote. And it's just a small thing to say, being the second most populous country in the world, we did a whopping election of 72.9 million electors during the pandemic, and also achieved a turnout which was relatively higher than the last elections. So just adding of one example into the many examples which you've already shared. And that is it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that great example.
Thank you very much for that information. And it seems that we do not have any other questions. So thank you for all the rapporteurs, all the presentations, and we can go now to a very short, as our time is already over, very short conclusions. First, I will give floor to Katarina Pavel, who will start, please.
Thank you very much. I have the honor to refer in my conclusions to the contributions by my distinguished Romanian colleagues. So I was very impressed by their presentations, and for reasons of precaution, let's just excuse for any possible misunderstanding. Professor Pulvulescu presented ideas from the perspective of political science and political philosophy, and he discussed the question of the turnout as a possible indicator of democracy, and he highlighted the importance of a broad participation of the citizens. One question he discussed was if compulsory voting is or can be a solution for the democratization of societies and the legitimacy of government. Another point, and that I think was quite interesting, another point he raised was if and to what extent the introduction of an online voting can have a positive effect on the turnout. He shared the observation that until now there is no clear picture of the effect of online voting on the turnout. This would be of special importance in the times of the pandemic crisis, when the use of technology could be an important tool. Overall, it came out that the trust of the voters in the election and the electoral system is crucial for the participation and at least for the turnout. Professor Tonea, in his contribution, promoted the idea of the loyalty of citizens to the democracy, which could be a central element, according to his point, in constitutional democracy in Europe. He described the development from voting to be a privilege to voting become a right, and he suggested that voting should be a civil duty but not an obligation. After discussing the principle of equal and free suffrage, Professor Tonea reflected on the thesis that the exclusive public financing for all electoral competitors would be more appropriate, and that we should consider the idea of equal funding for all electoral competitors, at least during the electoral campaigns. He then also promoted the need for taking measures against the misinformation of voters in order to safeguard the freedom of suffrage and emphasize the importance of voter education. Dr. Lehau then provided a very thorough presentation on the recent developments in the electoral framework in Romania before COVID-19 and in reaction to the crisis. He started with an analysis of the abstract concept of the accessibility of the electoral process and described the concept as a new paradigm of electoral law, which stemmed from the constitutional principles. The improvement of accessibility of the electoral process should be integrated in all aspects of the electoral cycle. Dr. Lehau then presented a comprehensive overview over the recent efforts in Romania to achieve easy access for all voters. Of course, I'm not able to fully repeat all the details, but I would highlight some examples that were amendments related to the electoral register and the improvement of the possibilities for out-of-country voters to exercise their right to vote, and the liberalization of the access to polling stations in order to broaden the accessibility for everyone to exercise functions in polling stations and electoral bureaus. For candidates, the necessary number of signatures to run for election had been reduced and other measures had been taken. For the future, Dr. Leao mentioned two major points which should be addressed in order to improve the accessibility of the electoral process. It's the simplification of the ballot and the voting and counting procedure. And the second point was the development of a concept of integration of internet voting in Romania after inclusive and intense debates and after pilot proceedings. So thank you from my side to all the speakers this afternoon and all the participants who shared their views and experiences. For me, I learned a lot. It was very fruitful and enriching discussion. I think as usual, let's say, the discussion led to a lot of new and interesting debates, and I hope we can continue that debate next time, hopefully in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katarina, for good words, and I would just join you with congratulations on the organizers of this event, which this time, for the third time, has been just online. And now I will give floor to the last person in this event, Mr. Leao, who will finish with the conclusions, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kask, and also Ms. Katarina Pavel. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. All right. Thank you. Yes. So again, dear participants and speakers, it was a pleasure to be talking with you today, even though we were not able to meet in person. Even if this format has its limitations compared to physical meetings, I believe it is important that election practitioners and the experts alike continue to share their knowledge on electoral processes and build upon past experiences and lessons learned, even in this difficult time. I am also very grateful to all speakers for their most valuable contributions, which will surely find their utility in the work of the Permanent Electoral Authority towards enhancing accessibility in electoral processes, and thus increasing the quality of the services it provides to voters and election competitors. I was delighted to hear the inspiring and innovative different perspectives and approaches on election accessibility from Mr. Pierre Garon, Mr. Oliver Kask, President Lorenzo Cordova Vianello, and Ms. Rebecca Aber. As Professor Katarina Pavel stated, accessibility implies a specific mindset oriented towards supporting effectiveness of electoral rights. Mr. Oliver Kask addressed the accessibility of voters and candidates to elections during the pandemic and the practical arrangements implemented to overcome obstacles and barriers to accessibility. Mr. President Lorenzo Cordova Vianello made very good points on the importance of voter information and its relevance to overall accessibility to election processes. And Ms. Rebecca Aber revealed great challenges to inclusion and political participation, but also the opportunities brought by the pandemic to build more inclusive and accessible election systems. Understanding the concept of accessibility, its legal and practical implications, its connections to other concepts and values of electoral law, is just as important as the process of implementation. We look forward to see every contribution published in our election review, which, by the way, also has a new website, RJOE. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly, but I'll try it anyway. RJOES.ro. So I'm RJOES.ro. Hopefully, it will be more accessible than the previous one. And also, I must say that valuable lessons have been learned over the past several months about how to organize elections as safely as possible, while addressing the multitude of new issues the pandemic has brought in front of us. Looking closely at our experience, we have witnessed how important political consensus is among public and private stakeholders on the regulations and decisions related on how and when to hold elections. Moreover, we have seen the need for a comprehensive election reform and for considering alternative voting methods and arrangements, which should also be on top of our agenda. So just before closing, I would like to thank again all speakers and participants and to tell them that we, the Permanent Electoral Authority, are ready to tap all this valuable insight provided today and utilize it towards fulfilling our most important objective in the following years, ensuring real accessibility to elections. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, and I guess we are finished now. Once again, very good organization by the Romanian authorities, and I hope to meet in a year, probably, maybe in person, to continue with the series of such kind of scientific experts meetings. And goodbye.
Thank you and goodbye to everyone.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you for your involvement.
Bye.
Thank you, Pierre.
You're welcome. Thank you for all the practical input from your side and the intellectual one, of course. This goes without saying.
Very interesting panel. Congratulations. Congratulations. It was very rich in knowledge and experience. Thank you.
Greetings from Romania, Manuel. Nice to see you again.
Yes,
even after all these years.
Warm regards, all my friends from Europe, please. And India.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm leaving. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Pierre.